I'm late enough. We can get started. Sorry for the delays. I am so fucking behind on everything. I'm not going to lie. I need to close more things quick. Here, that will leak. Cool. We're good. Sorry again. Too much shit going on. Let's get the YouTube live chat up. Close all these things. Cool. We are now good. Sorry about that. But to leave work and sit in Dallas traffic. Goddamn. Well, happy you can make it for at least a little bit. All the cool features C3 chat. Awesome. Thank you. I don't care about that leak. I share that number all the time. I've been saying this for a while, Mad Shadow. I'm happy that the world's coming around to my hot takes. Thank you all for showing up today. Good to see you guys. We got lots of fun things to talk about. I'm considering having the video about Sonnet 4.6 be a fake out, where the first minute is me going over everything you need to know about Sonnet 4.6, and then soft end to be like, that's not what I'm actually here to talk about, though. I'm thankful you clicked, though, because we need to talk about the awful things Anthropic's been doing lately. And then the actual videos about Anthropic being shitty. So I should do that. I've been keeping an eye on Electrobun. It seems like a really cool project. It works for your use case. Sorry, Sonnet 4.5 can't be bothered to pay for the good models. Sonnet 4.5 was a really, really solid bump. I would recommend you try out the codec sub at some point. It's pretty good. And what's Dom cooking now? Oh yeah, he's been hitting me up about this, and I haven't had a chance to look because I haven't had a chance to do fucking anything. Yeah, I'm gonna go over like if I was to do that bait, like the first minute I would condense everything you need to know, including stats and whatnot, and then go straight into the dunking. Thank you, Wendro, for the resub starting us strong today with the 7 months. Aiden at 7 months. How's the hand? It's doing okay. Better than it was pre-surgery, but still has its issues for sure. I had some soreness last week. Actually, that was pretty bad. Yo, Wabo with the 50 bomb. God damn. You like holding your number one spot, don't you? Jesus. Thank you guys all so much for the support. Wabo, the fucking legend. Always going crazy with the gifting. Chris, for what it is worth, Opus 4.5 kind of changed the way I use these tools. It was like a level of depth it could go to and a level of like competence that felt different enough that I started using the model differently. Going from Sonnet 4.5 to Opus 4.5 and then to like Codex 5.3, I felt like I could trust it significantly more, and the types of work I would pass off changed. And now the types of work that I'm willing to engage in and do has changed too, because suddenly it's like, oh, yeah, that's fair. Like that's a thing the model can actually do. Like huge migrations, huge like porting of old legacy code bases, all sorts of stuff. Links are in proposals and Notion. Awesome. We'll take a look in a sec. Thank you for checking in, Aiden. Yash, the fucking legend, at 32 months now. Let me know if the Codex sub stuff didn't work, and I will get that handled ASAP. Thanks for reaching out for that. We got Boom Big Jan here for the 6 months of support. Spec AV hitting 31 months. David CA6 with the 15 months. Camson, I'll never know how to pronounce your name, C41, but I appreciate the 16 months of support and the yippee. We got ST Lopez here with the 12 months of support, 34 total, fucking legend. Giannis here with the 6 months, totally civil with the prime. NMG with the cheer. Won't be on long. Alice blog post is out. Ooh boy. I will save this for myself to read later for sure. I still owe you follow up on auditing Shoe as well. NCE with the bomb. I'll thank you properly in a sec. We're almost through all this. Lazy Coder 9 with the 500 cheer. Building a project right now. Can't thank me enough for how much the videos have helped from motivation to stack choice. Hope you can share it soon. I can't wait to see Lazy Coder. Best of luck. Happy I've been helpful. Again, Wabo with the fucking 50 bomb. Legend. Wes Winder with the prime. Viewbot with a heart. Always good to see you, man. Still love the username. 28 months. Fucking legend. Gusty Cube with the cheer. Hey, Theo. Good luck with everything. Thank you. We need it. Things have been intense lately. Ken NCE with the 10 bomb. Thank you so much for the support, man. Appreciate it a ton. You guys have been way too generous lately. Math kills people. Yes, it does. 11 months in. Appreciate that. Jetpack Joe with the 17 months. You've been around a lot longer than that number indicates, but always good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Over on YouTube chat, developed by Ed showing up. Good to see you, man. Yeah, even the $20 plan with Codex is really good. The issue with the $20 plan is you don't get the faster inference. The $200 plan bumps up the speed that the inference will go by default, which feels pretty solid. But if you're using it with a lot of parallel stuff, I find the speed matters a lot less. I've barely used the Spark model just because I run a lot of shit in parallel now. Like I have screenshots I'll post later, but yesterday I had like multiple projects with 2+ things running at the same time, and it was able to do it all, and I could barely burn any of the usage no matter how hard I fucking tried. It was kind of nuts. More Anthropic stuff from Prime. Yeah, he has issues with the compiler thing. Lyra 3. Google's taste in music is bad enough that I have very low hopes on that, but I will look into it later. I have enough issues with Airbnb articles. I don't know if I can ever trust one again. Grok 4.2 is wholly uninteresting to me. Agent swarms need a little more progress before I can pretend to care. Let me stop monitoring you. Only costs $100 a minute. Yeah, it's kind of nuts. A micro front end bad Apple. I have to be careful the audio doesn't play. That is hilarious though. Good shit. That's a huge problem. Hyperflow. So my issue with Hyperland is I don't think tiling window managers solve this for me. But the like higher level groups is definitely in the direction I wanted to go. And this looks like you're getting there. I will definitely save this and take a look later. But I'm still pretty convinced Neri is going to be the path I want. Yeah, I see now, like, there's the namespace isolation looks really fucking cool. I saw you sent the update with Snitchbench. I have not had a chance to open it yet because when you sent it, I was in the middle of interviewing candidates. And when I finished interviewing candidates, I had to go to an event to support Ben. And when that was done, I came home and had to finish my email. And then I went to bed, and now it's today. So I've had zero time. What do I think of CDance 2 and LTX2? Have I heard about them? CDance 2 is closed source. And also CDance 2, I feel as though CDance 2 is largely as good as it is because the Chinese labs are not following copyright law as well. So you can have it like recreate movies because it's trained on movies, which is why I think a lot of the like movie level quality that we're seeing out of it can happen. Hey, Sean, boop on previous. YouTube chat does not really make that viable. So you're going to have to copy paste or just, if you want me to see your messages, go to the chat that I watch more because it works better. Open college that a hit piece on Matplotlib maintainers. I did not. That's hilarious. Mango WC, modern lightweight high performance Wayland composer. I just like I'm so happy with my Neri setup. I don't have a desire for something else. I'm not interested in trying other things. My update is that I've had no time to use the computer for anything other than fucking email, so I have not really done it as much. I love my Linux box. I've been having a lot of fun with it. Neri videos as soon as I've like actually been daily driving it for long enough, but I've had no time at all. Like I don't know how to properly put into words how much time debt I am in right now. I have been waiting to respond to a text from my mom for 2 weeks. Like, I don't think y'all understand. Like, I am live because I have obligations to complete sponsored media and because there's a lot of content we need to film. Mom's important. She knows we're doing well. Can you check the project I sent? Fad, what part of everything I just fucking said indicates that now is a good time for me to check out your specific project? I would like for you to explain this to the class because I am genuinely curious. Thoughts on Entire? I invested and I still don't have thoughts. I think there's potential there. There definitely needs to be good alternatives to GitHub. Like we're overdue for that by a lot, but we don't have it yet. Okay, apparently there's something new from. These both dropped this at the exact same time. Oh, because they literally just posted it now. And there, thank you guys for keeping the links up to date for all that. Yeah, the price thing is very interesting. I don't know if the state of React video would even perform right now. WebMCP proposal. Yeah, I heard a bit about this. I haven't had a chance to look into it yet. It aligns with my thesis, or one of my theses is that anything that's trying to like automate clicking buttons is stupid. Simply because like writing code is now cheap enough that if the reason we're hitting buttons is because nobody exposed an API, people will just expose an API or build a better alternative. Yeah. 3x the cost for real work. Not great. Progress on T3 code. Julius has been grinding on it hard, but we're also like all in on the launch week this week. Like that's been our focus. Yeah, I'm hoping to get shoe out and lawn out ASAP. I started another project, Weave, I might show off in a bit, but like shoe and lawn are like my personal, I want these out ASAP. Obviously, we need to do everything for the T3 launch week. We still have a bunch of cool stuff coming, even today. Nothing's come out yet today. Team's on it. There's a YT Dono. Thank you. Very grateful for the impact I've had on your career. I share your passion for cool stuff and wish me the best. I hope you can find some calm in the storm soon. Would love to help if you're still looking for some assistance. Appreciate it a ton, man. Thank you. I need to get through the candidates and figure out who the best fit is. I have two really, really good candidates that I'm super excited about, and we have some tough decisions to make over the next few days. I'm waiting for Ben to be unsick enough to actually talk to said candidates. Yeah. I know I need to talk to my mom more. It's just as soon as I respond, it'll become a call, and I don't have time for that or the right energy for that. And the time I have where I have free time, she is very much asleep, and I don't want to wake her up with the text. Candidates for the like ops executive assistant role, like the person who will keep track of all of the things that I'm behind on, so I don't have to be in my email 8 hours a fucking day. Is this the hit piece? This is hilarious, but I would put this under the like things Prime would do a video about that I don't really think makes sense for me to do a video about, because there isn't like a good lesson I can teach here or a unique angle I can have. And I'm not funny enough to make the video funny. About that. Yep. Proposals, thank you. Yeah, no worries. It's a good proposal, just not quite for me. You'll tune your recommendations over time, I'm sure. Thank you, Crazy Philip 13 for the 32 months, Mikhail Osterberg for the 14 months, Juzio for the tier 1, Admas for the gift, Proto Lambda for the tier 1, Vibe Code Pro for the tier 1, Bent Signal for the Prime for 10 months, Jake Cabria for the 3 months, Discover Convex because of me, thanks, Goated Content and Goated Product, appreciate that. I am so happy with Convex. It has made building so much more fun. Codex 5.2 now, even the 5.3 is selected. You might have been hit with the safety flag thing. It seems really not great that they have been flagging that. That's one of the bigger complaints I have right now. They're trying to be more transparent about it, but it's not quite where it needs to be. They are a little too quick to knock you to 5.2 if they are suspicious that what you're doing might be security related, because they don't want to have 5.3 cause a safety incident. They're like overprotective of that. That's real sketchy. Yeah, don't let things scan your face unless you have a really, really, really good reason to, because it's not great to do. Yeah, OpenAI has been like trying to be more transparent with this. They definitely fucked up with the routing initially. Most of the routing stuff OpenAI has done has been bad, I will say. I appreciate the reasons they're doing it and the transparency that they're doing it with, but they're not doing it well. Adez, the fucking legend, been a minute, man. Hope you are doing well. For those who don't know, Adez was the original editor for the channel and carried us through the like OG era. Thank you so much, man. I hope you're doing well. Seriously. Honestly, I feel like I owe you back pay, not you subbing, because I should have paid you, like actually paid you. You should not have volunteered to do all that work for free. To be fair, the channel lost money that year, but we're doing well enough now. I would love to get back to you for all the hard work you did in the past. Yeah, 513 still on the API. Something like artificial intelligence decentralized finance token. I've seen a lot of attempts at this. Like, what if crypto could solve AI in the web? And the answer is Can't. Uh, Effect 4.0 is very exciting, and I feel like we somewhat inspired it. Oh shit, long live Anthropic. I appreciate the support. I hope Anthropic stops behaving the way they do so they're easier to support. But right now, Anthropic is some bad vibes. No, leave the state of React one. I want to think more about that before I decide. But yeah. I definitely want to check out your streaming markdown stuff too, so Cray. I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to like check out new things. Zeke's still paying well. That's good to hear, Des. Happy you're still there and doing well. And you have quite the coworkers over at Sentry now. Not the first time Zeke's poached from my circles, and he'll likely continue to do that, knowing him. Thank you, BPMS, for the Prime. Thank you, Dead Zin, for the Prime as well. Don't look at the website yet? I won't. Yeah, the Ryan Carson. I was going to save this one for this as well. You know what? I'll grab it. Anthropic weird vibe, or Anthropic can't stop being playing dirty. Drop that one in there. Somebody else linked another Tarek post that were like, this doesn't clarify anything, and I forgot to click on it. This one, yeah. What is this guy building where he has me blocked? 37 followers and thought it was worth blocking me when he could have just gotten a huge like signal boost. Hope he is proud of his decision. They are continuing to not answer my one actual question. Quite annoying. Scan personal in an enterprise, same machine too. Annoying. Too much going on. You definitely can't. You're not supposed to use the $200 Quadco plan for OpenCloud. I've been pretty clear about that. Thanks for the Codex sub. Anytime, Yash. Happy that it's working out for you. I'm curious what you end up building with it. Watching on second while vibe coding and installing Arch on your phone. Oh boy. Good luck with that, Java. P. Maria rocks. Doing that. I'm going to be right back because I forgot something. Then we'll get started. We need to figure out what topics are top priority. I'll let you all figure it out in chat. Be right back. Sorry, I had to grab my water. Chat slowed when I left. Well, Thank you here, ML, for the Prime. Will T3 code have a TUI? No, I'm not building in TUI. Um, Yeah, I do know about this. I had heard this way back because I think I originally learned about Excalidraw through Ken like 4+ years ago. But yeah, it was fun having that reminder because I had forgotten since. Yeah, I've been having Codex app lockups too. I was using it, and yeah, I have been enjoying our app more. Need to make more progress on it. And also catch up with what Julius has done since, because I've been too busy to even open it. Sorry, a ton of shit on my phone when I was trying to get ready. As always, everything's on fire. I have so much shit I need to respond to. And this for internal stuff. I need to figure out what I want to do with my OpenClaw. Right now, I'm just using it for random music shit. But yes, I should set up more automation stuff for internal. I've needed to for a while. Do I like 4x6 Sonnet? I haven't even opened it yet. I haven't tried it once. We're not even a different harness. We are literally just a UI. I have some ideas for work tree stuff for it, yes. I'll let you guys know when I have a more thorough plan for T3 code. T3 code won't have a sub. It'll be open source, and you'll use your sub with the other platforms. It's just a better UI. I'm not planning on charging for it. Just a thing we want, so we're going to make it. They shouldn't, but I also don't know if I want to call Claude Code directly from the terminal. I would like to use the agent SDK because it's built for this, but I think we just have to wrap Claude Code and and hope for the best. You did a video. I said no, and there's still a sponsor. Yeah, there's a bunch. A bunch of companies have needed the education that dedicated videos were bad and learned their lesson from it. One example would be Sentry. Sentry has since rebuilt their entire way of thinking about sponsored content and DevRel stuff. It was not great before. It's in a pretty good state now, and they're actually really pleasant to work with now, which was not the case necessarily before. So they've been great. The problem I have more often is like a company hasn't done dev marketing at all. Like they don't have influencer stuff. I hit them up and convince them it's worth doing. They do it with me. It goes well. They decide they want to lean into it more. So they hire some random marketing person or influencer manager. And then that person comes in and does way too much fucking shit and takes over way too much and pushes way too hard because like they want to justify their 40-hour weeks. So they will fucking redline every single thing we send them. Like the amount of times I've had companies like get mad because they wanted to make sure we emphasized that their platform could be used for front end and back end when I was deploying a Next app. It's like, are you joking? It's obvious this is for front end and back end. Like we're talking to developers, not children. Just because I don't have your like specific sentence that you really want me to have in the video does not mean the ad isn't going to resonate with my audience. In fact, if you could resonate with my audience better than I could, you would have my job. But you don't. You have 20 followers on Twitter, so sit the fuck down. Yeah. The shit we deal with sponsors is obnoxious. And what's even sadder is, and this is like the most heartbreaking thing, the positive sentiment towards the company externally relative to the quality of their engagement with us, it's almost like an inverse, where there's companies that have really good sentiment that suck to work with. I would argue Anthropic's a great example here. And then there's companies with shit, or that have absolute shit reputation that are actually really pleasant to work with, like OpenAI. OpenAI's reputation is garbage, but they are genuinely like the most pleasant company to work with out of almost any company I work with. They're chill. They get it. I could make weird requests like, hey, can I have my channel manager check out this new model too? Because I want him to play with it so I have more info for my video. And they're like, yeah, the IT team's going to take a bit to approve. So you can just let him use your account for now. That's fine. Like they are so chill. And the gap between that and some of the like straight up interrogations I'm hearing happening at Anthropic over the most petty bullshit is absurd. Yeah, it makes so much sense that Peter's at OpenAI. Like they're actually pleasant. Yo, Julian and G with the 35 months. Ibame with the Prime. Hero ML with the Prime. Thank you all for the support. It's the way they're structured internally is kind of culty. They just like they're so locked in on the mission that they don't care about things outside of them and the company. Like anything that sets them up for more success is right because they believe their mission is so important and that they are the only ones who can do it right and want to do it right. So it's okay to fuck over everyone else. I think that having a plan between 20 and 200 is a thing that they are thinking about and they might do. It's not really my place to tell them that there should be something in between. And I wouldn't want to like, a thing I think a lot about is like, I'm very lucky to have a lot of access to a lot of these places and people. I don't want to overuse it. So I have to be careful about like what things are worth bugging the other party for. And this isn't necessarily worth it. Not because like there shouldn't be a plan between, but if there should be a plan between, that's a signal they will get themselves. They will make like a thing about. Whereas convincing them that the codex naming sucks and they need to do something better about it is worth my time and is worth burning some of the like amount of bothering I can do in a given time. Because I think I can uniquely influence that. I think the in-between plan is a thing that will happen or not, regardless of what pressure I put on it. I could actually unfuck the naming of codex. Exactly, Maria. You get it. That is, let's throw that here. Or your link in here. I don't know if that fits in the Anthropic can't stop one. Because I'm still keeping these separate mentally, even if it becomes just one video. No worries. Yeah, sadly, I think that like the routing to 5.2 thing is just going to take some time. You can tell if you're, I think it's easy to tell when you've been routed to 5.2 because the amount of, like the amount of text you get between tool calls goes to 0. I can just look at a trace from 5.3 and 5.2 and immediately tell you what it is because they talk entirely differently. So the problem is there's the Codex app, Codex for web, Codex CLI, Codex models. But when I command tab, it's just Codex here. It is the Codex app, but it's just Codex. I've never been routed to 5.2, so I don't know if there's something in the UI. I'm pretty sure there is, but you can tell just by reading it. Like, it's not that hard to notice. Thank you, Diogi, for the Prime, as well as Engineer. Thank you both for the support. This is probably good. What happened to meta is a thing I've been thinking about, but I don't really know if I have any unique insight on that. You can't use T3 chat for other things. Like I don't know if you guys understand how little $8 is. We have people who use $10 of inference in the first 2 days of the change for T3 chat and are flaming us because they feel like the limits are too aggressive when they paid $8 and did $10 of inference in 2 days. Like, inference is fucking expensive. Oh, you have some fun things coming, Dom. Wait till you see what we're shipping this week. Okay, we should definitely talk about Sonnet. Okay, I checked all that. Marker, I do have to do the offset still. Is DeepSeek v4 out? How would I check it out if it doesn't exist yet? It's been coming soon for like multiple months. Process of thought for vibe coding app. Writing it down helps you improve. I'll maybe take a look at that later, but I'm so fucking behind. Well, it's a good thing it's launch week, isn't it, Mike? Got a lot of people watching. We should figure out what we're talking about. Okay, so we definitely want to do the Sonnet 4.6 video. This might also become this video too. I have to decide, like, do I have enough content to cover Claude Sonnet 4.6 by itself? I'll look through all that stuff in a sec. We have proposals here. Will UI survive AI is a really good one, and Boba is one of my favorite people to cover things like this. One of my biggest issues with Notion is if I have multiple of these views, things don't stay in the same order. So like toStream here is in a different order than stream is here. So I don't know if I pull this over, will it appear at the top or not? My guess is it won't. Yeah, it doesn't. So what I probably should do is add a shift proposals here. Group. Oh, I changed the filter. Is it? Notion. Edit group. Status. Oh, this is what I need to do. We're going to kill that in a sec. I need to re-add that status. I thought I already had it here. I don't know why it's not appearing. That is a status. Fuck, man. Notion it's so close to being good. Theo, what are you guys? A single proposals group's probably easiest, but I just want to make it so I can see it. Why did those just all reappear here? I prefer if you guys don't ever touch this view. I need this one to be mine. So don't touch this. Let me fix things here. Like this view is too important. I can't let anyone else touch it. I'm sorry, guys. Let me fix this. Hide. Okay. I can work from here. If you guys could make sure that at the very least this list is in the correct order and I can work from there, that would be nice. I'm gonna find this, just move it there so I can do that. I did see one piece of content someone shared that was like asking the model the same thing again while totally ignoring what it did increases the success by like 15 to 30%. Okay, so that was something I hit. No worries, guys. Was banning users for using open code, open claw, similar to Anthropic. Interesting. That I'll include here. Thank you for linking that. But double prompting, thank you. Only works for non-reasoning LLMs. That's interesting, actually. Like, general idea I'm having is, oh, I need to remove the elixir comp command. I'll fix all of that in a bit after stream. I will redo Notion again. I'm burning. I'm dying. I'm so behind on everything. Check YouTube chat quick. Yes, image gen counts towards your limits. It's expensive, so know that. It'll be easier to manage all that in the very near future. More launches coming. He's using Claude because he prefers the Claude models and he works at Anthropic. He's been a Claude fanboy for a while. That's just how he is. I've known that since way before they were even in talks about the potential acquisition. Yeah, I need to update my commands. I know, someday. It's just so low on the priority list. Let me do my offset marker. Oh, 58. God, we've been going for a minute. I'll do 58.25. Cool. That is now done. I do not want to have anything touch my Notion that isn't me for things that could make my life harder. Like anything that might damage this view can ruin my life. I don't even want to risk it, copy or not. Copying this database takes hours because of the sheer absurd size of it. And the likelihood the agent wouldn't go rogue and hit the original is far too high. And to be clear, it's not because our Notion's confidential. The Notion Content Resource Board is not confidential at all. It's because it's high value. I'm not risking it. I don't know how you would compare the $20 Codex plan to the $100 Claude Max plan because I've never used any of them. I only ever use the $200 plans on these things. And congrats on the Effect V4 beta. Super excited about that. I pushed really hard for the Effect Nano stuff forever ago, and it seems like that's the direction Effect's moving in, which is a very good thing. Okay, one last thing I wanted to check. Oh, you already are using Shu for a side project and it was seamless to implement? That's awesome to hear. Faye says he wants the 4.6 video to be the split. Let's do that then. I also want to see if my reply here is doing well. It is not. I thought this was like the funniest fucking thing I've ever done. I keep getting tagged by fans of this random K-pop group because there's somebody in it named Theo, and they're really bad at like checking who they are tagging, so they tag me all the time. And I thought it'd be very funny to reply with the same style because they were begging for more photos of Theo with glasses. Definitely not part of why I was late to stream today. Yeah. If you guys could hit the like on that, because I thought that one was going to do well, but 36 views suggests the algorithm doesn't even know what the fuck to do with it. I can't help myself with the stupid trolling. Why is it so fucking cold? Yeah, the weather out here has been awful. The hail yesterday was nuts. Jesus Christ, too much going on. Yeah, GLM5 is great. I've been enjoying it a lot. Even more so than K2.5 and Minimax. I was not super impressed with Minimax M25. I can't spoil launch week. That defeats the whole purpose of launch week. Okay, let's get ready for this. Yo, Damon Twink, thank you for the sub. The Ogie, I think I got you already. Regardless, we appreciate it. Let's do the 2-in-1 video with these two. So we'll grab the official announcement. I'll get all the weird vibe stuff here. I want this. I don't care about that. I'm going to start deleting the links I don't care about. Yeah, it'd be nice if we could hierarchy the links that matter. Like, obviously, something like the artificial analysis breakdown is important, and I want that. Whereas something like a tweet from a random employee that's like, we like this model a lot, is less important. This is helpful. You know what? I'll include that. Why not? This one, I don't really care about the GDP val. I think it's an overrated bench. And in labs, again, Venn bench is fun, but not really valuable. And this is the one that I already have open. Okay, I think I have enough for the intro I want to do here. I want to find the cost to run. Cool. Okay, yeah, I can work with that. Cool. I think I have everything I need for this. Tropic article, what about? Fun thing to look at later, but not really a good time for that. Morale's insane. Too many times to give them access to a whole computer without worrying. Yeah, it's fun though. It's content if they do something bad. ChatGPT docks your position in a chat like 2 times. God, that's terrifying actually. I talk about this in my like video for junior engineers I put out somewhat recently. Check that out. You gotta read the code. Post 4-hour error. We should be partying. I'm with you. Okay, I think I have everything I need to here. Let me write up the like Intro bullet points. Sonnet 4.6 is here. It's almost as smart as Opus 4.6, but cheaper. It's really good at convex. It's also really good at wasting tokens, making the price difference wash out. But that's not what we're here for. Cool. Cool. I think we have everything we need for this one. Yeah, something that we should have for the team. I'll go make this. Page things Theo or commands Theo needs to update on Twitch. I'll let them, like Maria, Shiv, if you guys can help figure out all of these, like format roughly, like code block, title. Why did that not work? There. Title is, or not, the title's not one that matters. Junior. God, I fucking hate Notion. I'll just not code block it. Junior, link to, and then like Theo has some good advice for junior devs here. YT link or database. Theo's a convex shill now. Something like that. Just like for all the commands I need to update. I think the Twitter one still links to my old Twitter. No, it's not Twitter. X.com/Theo. You get the idea. You guys can do that later, and I'll blast through and update them all, but I don't have time to do any of that right now. So just made that doc so you two can keep it up to date when I'm not paying attention. Yeah, post stream, absolutely. Don't do it now. But like if you see useful things in chat, maybe make note of them somewhere. But no rush. Just like a thing that I want to have somewhere so I can eventually deal with it because people keep asking and I keep forgetting. Cool. Let's do this video. Marker, Sonnet 4.6 fake out. When 3.5 finally fits in a Mac, 256 gig. That's cool. Let's do this one. And 1 sec for water. Okay. Get your counters ready because Sonnet 4.6 just dropped. It seems to be a really, really good model. The position, according to artificial analysis, they went from not very high. According to artificial analysis, it's a huge bump in intelligence, getting right up there with Opus 4.6. It's also way better at convex, or it's also even better at convex, which is obviously something I care about. Historically, Sonnet 4.6 has been the cheaper in-between model between Haiku as the cheapest and Opus as the most expensive. But with Opus getting slightly cheaper with 4.5, the role of Sonnet's gotten weird. It should still be cheaper, except for the fact that it's now using way more reasoning tokens during its runs. As we can see here on artificial analysis, Opus only ended up being like 25% more expensive than Sonnet, even though the price per token is twice as much. And that's because, let me find the usage chart in here. Maybe it was this one. No? Yeah. And that's because it used and that's because Sonnet 4.6 used over 25% more tokens than Opus did for the same tasks. So is it faster? So can it be faster and cheaper? Yes, but the math washes out a bit in the end. This is all the stuff I normally spend a ton of time talking. I think that's enough to cut down, obviously, trim it really fast phase. I need to be real with y'all for a second, though. I'm not here to talk about Sonnet 4.6. I haven't even used the model yet. I'm here to talk about something more important, Anthropic, and their weird ass behavior that's been causing problems for a ton of people trying to build on top of them. I've been trying to raise the alarm bell with Anthropic's weird behavior for months now, and I've even been flamed for it in the past, but I think people are finally starting to see just how horrible their behavior is, and I want to take the time to round up all the weird stuff they're doing, from banning real users to preventing businesses from even using their models to doing all this weird lockout stuff with Claude Code directly. There's a lot to go into here, so I'm sorry for clickbaiting you guys into a Sonnet 4.6 video. There are more important problems to talk about. We're going to do all of that right after a quick word from today's sponsor. Okay. Anthropic is playing dirty. To put it simply, Anthropic's playing really dirty with how they're doing stuff. Today's drama that inspired this video is one that actually might affect me in the near future. They made a change to their policy around. They made a change to the Claude Code policy around using OAuth tokens obtained through Claude Code subscriptions in other products, tools, or services, including the Agent SDK, not being permitted. What does this all mean? Well, we have to work backwards from the basics here. Both OpenAI and Anthropic offer a $200 a month plan. And this $200 a month plan on both and these $200 a month plans don't give you $200 of usage. They give you upwards of $3,000 plus of usage. It is a subsidized subscription. I've been able to do thousands of dollars of inference out of my plan on Claude Code. I've been able to do thousands of dollars of inference out of my plans on both Claude Code and in Codex for just that $200 number. And while this is awesome for developers and users of these subscriptions, this does hurt the other businesses that are in the same space. Businesses like Cursor or AMP or businesses like Cursor, AMP, and Lovable all kind of get screwed by this because the inference that they are paying for in their service has to pay the API costs. If you look at the API price, if you take a look at the API pricing for Anthropic, the numbers are kind of scary. Opus 4.6 is $5 per million tokens in, and it is $25 per million tokens out. Sonnet is only $3 per million in and $15 per million out. These numbers might not sound that bad, but I've had runs that do multiple millions of tokens in just one set of prompts, which means just one set of prompts could cost more than $25 in output tokens, and then all of the input tokens being reread on every single tool call can make it even worse. Somebody did a breakdown of Claude Code, like how much usage you get. I know I had it linked at some point. If anybody can find that article. Oh, cool. Thank you. This will be useful too. Thank you guys. Is this a different author? Okay. Shellick was able to get pretty accurate numbers by reverse engineering the API and found the amount of money that you could do in terms of just inference tokens on these plans is as much as $2,708 on the Max 20X, the $200 a month plan. That is more than a 10 or that's almost a 15x subsidization. You pay $200 and can get up to $2,700 of inference out of it. That's insane. Obviously, there's a lot of people who have these subs that are barely using them at all, but these numbers are nuts. Let me do something. I'm going to do something that's probably ill-advised here, but I'm speaking from experience. Here is the real dashboard for our usage in T3 chat. In the last month, which is from February 1st to 18th, we have done 6 billion input tokens and almost 500 million output tokens. And this has cost us a whopping... Shut the fuck up, Siri. Yeah. And this has cost us $23,000 for just the last 19 days. If we were paying the same rates that you're getting in Claude Code, this bill would be $2,000, not $22,000. It'd actually be closer to $1,000 to $1,500. Tape picker's off? No, it's not. 0201 to 0219. Let me do a stupid thing. I'm going to open Codex bar. Will it even open? Is my Codex bar instance broken? Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, it is. I'm going to find, because I know I tweeted a screenshot of my Codex bar before and it showed how many tokens I had done. Would have been... earlier in the year. Maybe even late last year. No, I tweeted a screenshot of it. I just want to find like a number of tokens for reference that I've like actually hit. Oh, here's one. Oh, that's just my limits. That's not... I didn't take a screenshot of the actual token usage. Fuck me. Is CC usage still a thing? Okay. Is there any way I can get it to like not do that? Okay, cool. Yeah. Cool. That can't be the complete numbers. Cool. And just for reference, So we have done 500 mil tokens out and 6 billion tokens in on T3 chat for the last month. In comparison, my own Cloud Code usage for the last 2-ish months on just this computer, and I've been between computers a lot, so this is a very incomplete picture. This computer alone in those 2 months has seen over 420 million tokens. A lot of this is cash red, to be fair, and the only output tokens that are actually coming from Opus apparently is only 124,000 or so. I don't believe that number at all. I think it's being calculated poorly. Regardless, the point I'm trying to make here is that I'm doing similar token usage between T3 chat as a business and Cloud Code as a user. And I'm still managing to and I'm still getting to similar levels of token usage, and I'm paying 100+ times more. It's actually absurd. So where were we? So there's no arguing against these being subsidized, but the problem here is again, I'm okay with people getting these discounts. I'm not okay with them being priced so aggressively when I can't compete directly. If you were to pay us $200, I would have to give you $200 of inference at most, or we would lose money. They can give you $2,000+ of inference and eat it on one hand because they have the billions of dollars to do it, but also their costs are different, so they can do as they please. And it sucks. That said, I get it. They're a business. They want to make their product as good as possible. As much as it hurts my business that they subsidize the price here, I get it. That's why I've been trying to build products that take advantage of those subscriptions. Not so I can make a whole bunch of money when you use your sub somewhere else, but so you can have better interfaces for it. I don't think we should be stuck with a worse interface just because we want to use the discount that the company provides. And I really need to make sure you guys understand how big the gap is here. I accidentally was running Cloud Code in API mode, and after 2 prompts, I was in the $50+ range of money spent. The amount of money you save on these plans is absurd. Close all these. And the issue today is about using that subscription somewhere else. To be very, very clear, I don't think it would be reasonable to use one person's Cloud Code sub to provide services to others. Like if I was to set up a box that ran my Cloud Code subscription in it and set up a website where you could pay $5 to query my Cloud Code account, obviously that's against terms of service. Duh. But if my users want to use the Cloud Code sub for something on their end, that would be totally fine. At least it should be, in my opinion. But if you kept up with the drama with open code, you know that's not the case. Anthropic seems to be very against people using the Cloud Code subs in other harnesses, as in other apps. So there's like 2 different ways we can think about this if we have the stack of tools. At the bottom here, we have Anthropic's servers. This is where the actual infra runs. Then we have the harness. This is like Cloud Code, something like that. Then we have the developer who subbed. And at the end here, we have their users. So if I am building T3 chat using Cloud Code, I, at this level, am paying a subscription to cover costs down here. Anthropic's issue seems to be anything going on between this layer. And I think that is stupid. As long as I am the user because I'm paying for the sub and I'm the one using the Anthropic subscription. The thing in between shouldn't matter. But the way they see it is if you're paying them, everything between you and them should be owned by them. I find this to be unreasonable. The way they are framing this is as this. If instead I was a pass-through layer and I was paying the $200 a month at this layer and I was exposing the actual inference to users, not the output of the inference, the actual inference itself, where a user would pay me $20 a month. And through that, I would route their request to Claude Code, to Anthropic, to get an answer with that discounted inference. Yeah, that obviously should be against the rules. This is somebody trying to take advantage of their subscription to get discounts on a service that they provide separately. Yeah. But that's not what's happening in most of these cases. There are developers who are subscribed, who are users who are paying for the thing, and they want to use the thing they're paying for, which is this, in a different way. The $200 is not a subscription that they're paying for Claude Code specifically. They're not paying to use Claude Code. They're paying for the inference that they are using within Claude Code. And that inference has to be in Claude Code because if you use it somewhere else, it's probably against terms of service. They claim this is because they want to make sure users are having the best experience and debugging things that are happening in open code was too hard for them, which is why they put a hard-coded a blocker if open code is mentioned in a header anywhere when you make a request to Claude Code, it will immediately refuse that request. It's hilarious that they've literally written open code in their code base as a term to auto block. They are that upset about this. But they responded talking about a specific thing that they consider to be fine. The Agent SDK. The Agent SDK used to be called the Claude Code SDK. The point of the Agent SDK is to expose the functionality of Claude Code to people who want to build around it. So if I wanted to write my own tool that can find and fix the bug in this file, and I give it access to a read, edit, and bash tool, it can then go do the thing and log the outputs. This SDK is a thing that they seem to be pretty invested in, and they want us to use. I want to find that. Use any more? Let me see if Tarek's replied anymore. Nope. Yeah. Back in January, when the open code drama happened, Tarek clarified that they were tightening their safeguards against spoofing the Claude Code harness after accounts were banned for triggering abuse filters from third-party harnesses using those subscriptions. And he said specifically here, you can still use the Agent SDK, clearly indicating that the Agent SDK with a Claude sub is totally valid, which the documentation even said before. And here's where the clarification happened that everybody's upset with. Unless previously approved, Anthropic does not allow for third-party devs to offer Claude.ai login or rate limits for their products, including agents built on the Claude Agent SDK. Please use the API key authentication methods described in this document instead. This seems to directly contradict what Tarek said here. This was a bit over a month ago. They just literally told us it's okay to use the subscriptions as long as we're not using an alternative harness. We can build our own thing around the agent SDK. So theoretically, what this tweet said is that if OpenCode wanted to add a second harness separate from the one they built themselves, the harness being the thing that lets the agent call tools, make changes to files, all of that. According to them, if according to Anthropic, originally, if OpenCode was to just use the agent SDK instead and add a whole special second path for Claude, then that would have been fine. He clearly said here, you can still use the agent SDK, clearly implying with the Claude subs. That has already since changed. And that is the thing that inspired me to complain so much right now. Major Claude Code policy clear up from Anthropic. Using OAuth tokens obtained through Claude Free Pro or Max accounts in any other product tool or service, including the agent SDK, is not permitted. Tarek has been trying to clear this up, but has not said anything that has helped clear it up. This was docs cleanup we rolled out that's caused some confusion. Nothing is changing about how you can use the Agent SDK and Max subscriptions. We wanted to encourage local development and experimentation with the Agent SDK in Claude-P. If you're building a business on top of the Agent SDK, you should use an API key instead. We'll make sure that's clear in our docs. If my understanding of what he's trying to say here is correct, what he's saying is that if you use the Agent SDK to allow users to do things on their own machine, that's probably fine. But if you're trying to use it to let me set up a product that you can then use that is using my subscription, it is not okay. But they are not being very clear about this, and I have tried multiple times to ask directly. In fact, at the point of recording this video, the last thing Tarek replied to on Twitter was my question here, where I tagged him and Boris. Would love some clarification on this. Seems to contradict previous statements. If I wanted to build my own open source agentic coding GUI, can I use the Agent SDK and let users bring their Claude Code subs? I am trying really hard to get an answer to this question. It should be very easy. If I have an open source app that I publish, can my users use their subs on the app? It has been multiple hours, and thus far, the only answer we've gotten is more info here, where he links the tweet I just showed that does not clarify any of this. I am trying my hardest. I've had multiple friends reach out today asking me to try and get an answer out of them because so many of my friends in their own businesses are now in question. We don't know if this is allowed or not, which is just crazy. That you could be building a product like we are right now. Thing I probably shouldn't be spoiling, we are exploring building and putting out our own open source alternative to the Codex app because we like this way of building a lot. We have our issues with the Codex app, and we would like something that's open source, flexible, performs great, and works with all of the different models. Our plan was to use the Codex app server, which, by the way, is blessed by them. As Alex from OpenAI said here, all of the Codex app ID extension and even Codex Cloud are built on top of our shared interface app server, and you can use it too. You can build on top of Codex and embed it directly in your apps with a ChatGPT OAuth. They have been very real about that. We wanted to build our own app for it. Haven't even branded it yet. It still is just Electron. We're figuring things out. We've been using it a ton. It's really fun. I'm loving building with it. Right now, we only support Codex, and one of the things we wanted to do before launching is add support for the and one of the things we wanted to do before launch is adding support for Claude Code. To be clear, what I mean is that we would either embed the Agent SDK ourselves, or we would just call Claude Code for you. I don't know if that's even allowed. Even though we plan to put this out as open source and not charge money, you bring your sub from Codex or Claude Code or even OpenCode Zen, maybe if we would decide to implement that instead. We really wanted to make this an open, or we just wanted to make an alternative UI for the existing things. So it still uses their harness, it still uses their subscriptions, their auth, their everything. This is just an alternative UI layer on top. And I don't know if this can be shipped or not. Anthropic won't answer my questions. A company that I have multiple friends at, that I'm NDA'd with, that will respond to my posts asking for more information, will not actually give me the answer to the question I'm asking. Someone else cited his tweet before, and I asked for clarification. What exactly do you mean by building a business? Because they said if you're building a business on top of the agent SDK, you should use an API key instead. What does building a business mean? This is such an easy thing. This is such an easy thing. And it just, the gap in how interacting with Anthropic goes compared to OpenAI is just genuinely absurd. You guys claim that I'm paid off by OpenAI and that's why I like them so much. No, the reality is much more embarrassing. I like them because they're nice to me and they're nice to interact with. Ryan, here's a post from Ryan, who previously worked at AMP. I don't know if he's still there or not, but this is a really well-pointed article, but this is a really well-pointed post. I'm just going to say it because I'm frustrated. Anthropic is terrible at DevRel. I think we all saw what happened with OpenClaw, but I've also seen it personally. Don't worry, we'll do a rant about OpenClaw in just a second. I've DM'd and tagged a bunch of folks at Anthropic and have literally never received a single reply or DM. On the other hand, look at Codex. I switched over to Codex recently and started trying it out. I love it. So much so that I switched my entire dev workflow to the Codex CLI. I posted a few tweets and quickly GDB and Hillary, who's a friend, but nevertheless, like, they're both at OpenAI. Oh, look at that. I'm not even following her and she's following me. It's little things like that. It's stupid, but like, it's a cool feeling to realize that these people who are building this shit pay enough attention to be involved. And I know if I DM any of these people, I will get a response because I have DM most of them and I've gotten responses. Yeah. And as Ryan said here, a bunch of these people immediately started engaging with him, interacting with him. And I had the same experience. In my video about 5.3, and I have had the same experience. In my video about 5.3 Codex, I had a section at the end where I just railed OpenAI. Like, I went in on them for 10 plus minutes. And not only have they been really good about responding to the things I said there, like talking to me privately and personally, they also played the video in the office enough times that I've seen people send me pictures of it in 3 different rooms where the video's on the screen and they are watching and talking about it and enjoying it internally. Beyond that, GDB quote tweeted my video breaking this down, even though the last third of the video is railing his company. That did not stop them from sharing the video and being excited about it and also taking the opportunity to take those things as challenges, which they have. Yeah. And of course, another important point here, all of the OpenAI people Ryan talked to have been asking for feedback and offering support. They are almost begging me to be harsher on them. I almost feel bad making the T3 Code app because I know if I just wrote better feedback to the OpenAI team working on the Codex app, it would just get there. But I want more models, I want more opportunities, and I also want it to be open source, so I'm going that route myself, but they are not stopping me in the slightest. Like, can you guys take a second to think about how funny this is? I'm building a competitor to ChatGPT with T3 Chat. I actively work with all of the different model labs, which you'd think would make them against me, and I'm building a desktop app for coding that is a direct competitor to their new hot thing. And they pull me in more. They share more info. They are more helpful. They are super kind and generous and just, they get it. And even here, as I was showing before, the person in charge of Codex at OpenAI is out here telling you, you can go use the auth that they provide in their app server. The thing that they built their app on, we can build our own app on too. When all of the drama happened with open code, actual OpenAI employees started working with open code and contributing, and the change they made to make Codex subs work in open code was literally to use the open code, or retake on that. And the changes they made to make the codec subs work in open code was to literally fake the header pretending to be the codec CLI. And that's the change that was recommended by OpenAI to unblock them. They just want to make... On one hand, this is obviously a strategic business decision. They're taking advantage of the ground that Anthropic is ceding by just being shitheads. But on the other hand, it does actually feel pretty genuine. Like, I have not had a conversation with Anthropic. Like, I've not had a conversation with OpenAI that felt like they were just trying to, like, figure out what was best for the business. They've been weirdly transparent. And the funniest part of all of this is they have fewer leaks than Anthropic. Anthropic locks everything the fuck down. They are so strict, it's obnoxious, yet all of their releases get leaked. OpenAI does not seem to care that much about those things. They just want to get good feedback and get the right people access. And they don't have leaks happening. It's kind of crazy. So, like, yeah, the cultural difference here has never been so in my face and overwhelming. But as somebody who works with and has friends at both these companies, hell, I have more friends at Anthropic than I do at OpenAI. I feel like I have a much better mapping in my head of what the fuck's going on at OpenAI, and I can trust them significantly more. Which is kind of absurd when you remember the history of OpenAI and all the horrible things that have happened throughout the company's journey. They're doing good with this. They are the bar that others need to be meeting, and Anthropic is not even acknowledging it. It's crazy to think that this is like just the start of all of the issues that I have with Anthropic, but it is. Let's just bullet point list the most annoying ones so far. Obviously, there's this weird way that they go after the in-between. If it's not their harness, it's not allowed. But even with their harness, it's questionable if it's allowed or not. Yeah. There's also the lack of transparency around bans. Apparently, it is allowed to have multiple Mac subscriptions, but people keep getting banned with them, and it's never clear why. And poor Tarek has to dive in and go deal with this a lot. And like, just to be clear, none of my issue here is with Tarek. I actually think he is doing more than what I would expect anyone there to do. It's clear that he is being fucking like locked down by Anthropic and is not allowed to talk about certain things. But the things he can't talk about, he jumps in and does. Like, he has done so much work just helping random users with shit. But they're not letting him do the things he needs to. So just, I want to jump in front of that and be very clear. The ultimate bro move, by the way, just like advice for the industry that I'm giving out here for free. Anthropic, if you want to do the right thing, let Tarek decide these things. Let him make the decisions, not just the posts. OpenAI, if you really want to make, or into OpenAI, if you really want to make Anthropic hurt a bit here, poach Tarek. He would be so much more successful at a company that actually lets him talk about the things he is doing and be transparent about what the fuck's going on. Anthropic wins if they let him do his job. OpenAI wins if they steal him so he can do his job. Just saying. The world lies in Tarek's hands here, and it's not even his decision to make. If I was at OpenAI, I would be offering him $2 million to quit and join. Just straight fucking up. I wouldn't even hesitate. Just saying. Just saying. So lack of transparency is obnoxious, and poor Tarek is stuck in the trenches dealing with it. There's the weird-ass banning competitors behavior. A while back, Anthropic banned Windsurf from using their models because they thought that Windsurf was going to be bought by OpenAI, which didn't end up happening, so it was just this weird, awkward era. They then banned OpenAI, which meant they couldn't use Anthropic models for their own benchmarks. And just recently, they banned XAI as well, so they can't work on Twitter using Anthropic models. Absurd. Yeah, I hate this behavior so much. Like on one hand, Anthropic is banning competitors. On the other hand, OpenAI is pulling me in closer than ever as the owner of T3 Chat, which is just absurd. Ugh. One that has been annoying me a lot, and others can argue I'm reading into this too much, weird benchmark vibes. Okay, cool. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. Anthropic published the agentic misalignment bench in June of last year, and I liked this benchmark a lot. In fact, when when I got early access to GPT-5, I ran it against this benchmark, and it got the first ever perfect score where it never tried to do any of the weird things like, trying to kill people. I was really surprised by this because all of the benchmarks I'd seen from Anthropic made it look like OpenAI models were less safe than Anthropic models. And that's kind of their vibe, right? Making the safe models. So I reran the bench against O3 and saw that it also got a really, really good score. So I went to go see what the hell was going on because in their benchmark, like what they published here, we can see pretty clearly 4.1 does a lot of blackmailing. Like, okay, so where are the updates with O3 and O4 Mini and eventually GPT-5? We excluded O3 and O4 Mini after observing that they seemed to not understand that they were acting autonomously, combined with other misunderstandings of the scenario. We explain further in Appendix 9 and also show that O3 and O4 Mini still blackmail in scenarios adapted to address their confusions. I am comfortable saying that this is just a lie. I have run this bench a lot. I have read through the outputs of this bench a lot. I think what actually happened here is that O3 and O4 Mini performed way better than Anthropic's models, and instead of admitting that, they then said it doesn't understand the bench. And do you know what's even funnier? When Sonnet 4.5 dropped, it did the same exact thing that the O3 and O4 models did, as well as GPT-5 onwards. And when that happened, they claimed that it was Sonnet becoming aware of the fact that it was being tested. So when their model does it, it's exhibiting awareness. When OpenAI's models do it, it's them not understanding the benchmark. This was the line that OpenAI published, or this is the line Anthropic published that made me no longer trust any number that comes out of their lab, because as far as I am concerned, without a meaningful follow-up about this is just a fucking lie. Yeah. Weird Vibes is putting it lightly on that one. I had others. There's a lot of little things that I don't like. Like, what I bring up a lot is how Boris said in his first interview about Claude Code that they were planning on keeping it private because they didn't know if it was their secret sauce, and that putting it out there would give their competitors too big of an advantage. I guess that goes under a general ego. But before we talk about that, I want to complain about the open source thing. They're the only lab not putting out meaningful open source software. They're also the only lab that doesn't put out an open weight model in like many years, if ever. But the fact that Claude Code is closed source is just kind of absurd. They do help, or they did buy Bun and help fund it, but they didn't make Bun. They bought it. And since they purchased Bun, there is enough concern about its long-term maintenance that other projects like OpenCode are starting to move off of it. There's also the horrible things they did around DMCAing people because they had... There's also the fact that they accidentally published the source code for Claude Code as source maps, and they've sent absurd numbers of DMCA requests to GitHub because of people sharing the source code that they published themselves. I've talked about that enough times. You probably heard me do it, so I'm not going to keep ranting on it. But I want to go to the core of where all of this is coming from. Anthropic's ego. Because Anthropic is a cult. I don't know how to put this elsewise, or I don't know how else to put this. A thing I mentioned to an OpenAI employee recently that they laughed at and said was pretty accurate is that at OpenAI, they don't think about their competitors, but they're trying to. Like, OpenAI is trying to put more effort into seeing what people like about other pieces of software, other things going on in the space. Anthropic is trying to not think about their competition, but they can't stop doing it. They are obsessed. What's everybody tagging me in here? Bring their own API key. It does not specify if they could use their Claude sub here. Not useful, sadly. Back to this. It's hard to put this into words, especially because I have so much random like anecdotes and insider shit that I'm just straight up not able to talk about because I am still under an NDA with Anthropic. It's just weird. It's the best I can put it. Weird side tangent. I went to Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in upstate New York. Half of people have heard of this school because of weird things it's done in science and AI way back. The other half have heard about it because they saw it in a documentary about a cult. The Nexium cult started at my college. I've been fascinated with cults and cult thinking and behavior for way too long. I just find it interesting. And the overlap between Scientology and Anthropic should not be as big as it is. It really shouldn't be. God, I wish I could talk about the things I know. Someday stories will come out and you guys will understand more. But the just crazy shit from like the level of concern my average friends at Anthropic feel is horrifying. Like, everyone is scared that if they say the wrong thing to the wrong person, they might have to watch the world collapse in front of them. And a lot of people there are petrified of losing their vesting or being seen as an outsider. And again, I can't tell the stories, but every time I hear one, it both horrifies me, but doesn't. And again, I can't really tell the stories, but every time I hear one, it somehow horrifies me without surprising me. And this isn't like they're doing like crazy, fucked up religious sex shit. This is just the like, you're with us or against us way of thinking. And I feel this directly. Like, it's clear they have me painted in a box where like Theo is the anti-Anthropic guy. Theo is bought off by OpenAI. We can't trust him. Even though I'm NDA'd. And there are employees who are scared to talk to me privately and publicly because they know how Anthropic thinks about me specifically. Their bullshit is costing me friendships because my friends are scared. That's insane. I know people who work at Anthropic that are scared to go outside because they might get reported by somebody for talking about their job. That's the level they're at. It's absurd. I'm just going to show chats because I feel like I'm going mad and I need the world to see I'm not the only one who thinks it's fucking absurd because it's so absurd. Yet we all tolerate Anthropic because their models are slightly better at code sometimes. You have to be paid a lot to live with such stress. Yes, absolutely you do. Like, remember, a lot of these people came into Anthropic when it was worth $10 billion, and now it's worth, what was the last raise at, like 80, 100 something? like a crazy valuation, they probably got equity that was worth $200K at the time. That's now worth, I don't know, like $2 million plus. Obviously, like, obviously, that is going to be some really, really heavy golden handcuffs. And I do not fault any of my friends who are choosing OpenAI, or just to be clear, I'm not faulting any of my friends who are choosing making their money from Anthropic over being comfortable hanging out with me. I would do the same thing in their position 100% of the time. But the fact that they feel that way is what's so scary. And it is. And it makes sense when you know the history of Anthropic. Anthropic was started by pissed off ex-OpenAI folks. The people... According to Dario himself, Anthropic was founded by engineers who quit OpenAI due to tension over ethical and safety concerns. Anthropic has developed its own method to train and deploy constitutional AI, large language models with embedded values that can be controlled by humans. That was the goal when they started Anthropic. And the way that they were and the way they thought about it at the time was pretty clear. OpenAI was making really good, powerful models way ahead of any competition, but they didn't care enough about safety and alignment according to these people at Anthropic. Very likely that was the case, that the OpenAI researchers were focusing more on making the thing really smart and capable and not on making it safe and aligned with humans. So Anthropic started to fight back. And this is extra funny because OpenAI started in order to prevent one company from owning AI. The point of OpenAI was to make sure that the benefits of AI benefited all of humanity, not just whatever company got there first. And Anthropic started because they were so concerned OpenAI would be the one company. They wanted to make sure there were two, and that ideally, the one that would be most successful would be them, and the one that would be most successful would be safe because it would be them. And as a result, this kind of became a holy mission, where if Anthropic loses, the world loses. They genuinely feel that way at Anthropic. The really clod-pilled people at Anthropic that I know feel as though if Anthropic loses, we all die because the competitors don't care enough about safety. Therefore, OpenAI winning means humanity dies. Google winning means humanity dies. Any other party winning means they die. Anthropic is here to save the world. And that's why they act the way they do. In their world, every other player is evil or a potential acquisition and nothing else. They don't see me as and since there's no world in which Anthropic can buy me or my business, it just doesn't make sense and I don't like the vibes there. They no longer see me as a potential ally. They see me as an enemy. And there's a reason why Anthropic isn't pulling in a lot of people when they do new stuff. Like, obviously, when a new model drops, they have like 3 blurbs from companies that they have on the enterprise plan. Whereas with OpenAI, there's a bunch of humans who use the thing that share about it day one, and then there's a conversation that happens publicly about it. That's because Anthropic wants to live in their box and then sell that's because Anthropic wants to live in their box and sell the results to the world and act as though this is the most moral, ethical thing they can do. Because if they don't win, they think the world burns. All of the things I just described are about as culty as you can get. Any religious cult behaves exactly the same. Everyone outside is either a potential convert or a naysayer. They should be ignored. If we don't win, if our religion does not take over the world, everyone dies. God will be sure of it. The only difference between Anthropic and Scientology is that they think the robots are being built by Anthropic instead of the robots coming from outer space and spreading their alien genes around the planet. But since the Anthropic models are good at code, we deal with it. And I know by doing this video, I am fucking myself over. This is going to be the most expensive video I've ever done. I'm going to have to put extra effort in to find a sponsor that isn't scared to be the sponsor on this video, because they're going to be scared of Anthropic cutting them off too, because that's what they love to do. The only reason they haven't banned us on T3 chat and on Claude Code, I genuinely believe, is because they know the social media blowback they'll get for it is so high. And this is so beyond unacceptable. It is rancid. And as I said before, I've been trying to tell you all this. 6 months ago, I published a video, Anthropic has weird vibes, and it has the most dislikes of any video I've published on my channel. Second worst ratio of all time, because people were really mad when I talked about the stop killing games thing. But this is the worst on my main channel ever. I've never had so many people hit the downvote button on any video. We got a 68% like to dislike when I normally get 95. Y'all were pissed at me. Wake up. This company is a cult, and we are letting them get away with it because we think they're good at code and they were nice to developers early on. Guess what? They're not being nice to us anymore. It's time. So, how can they fix it? I don't want to just sit here and bitch. I want to give constructive criticism. I've given almost everything I'm about to say privately to Anthropic, and not a whole lot's been done. So we're going to do it publicly in hopes that maybe, just maybe, they will finally fucking listen. Thing one, drop the fucking ego. This is coming from somebody who has an ego. I know when I have to tone it down. I've been trying to because it's off-putting. Also, because trying to write the right way to put this, I know I'm not the best developer in the world. I know I'm not the best YouTuber in the world. I am here because I have a unique combination of business background, coding background, and content and media management background. So since I'm 7 out of 10 at all of those things at best, I can make something novel and unique. I'm proud of what I've done, and I'm proud as fuck of my team for making it all happen. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm the best in the fucking world. Anthropic has deeply internalized the fact that not only are they the best in the world, they're the only well-aligned option in the world. They are the only one that won't destroy the world, and anybody who disagrees is in the process of destroying the world. What does it look like to drop the ego that I'm referring to here? First off, it means we need to cut all the weird statements. Things like Boris saying it's our secret sauce, we weren't going to release it. That shit just cannot fly. Things like the weird compiler thing they did, where they claim they made a compiler that can compile all of Linux, and it's a total fucking mess. Prime just put a video out about it. I haven't even had a chance to watch it yet. That stuff sucks. Just be more real and honest. And with that, transparency and honesty win. Take advantage of that. It is silly how much good faith I won the first time I posted a screenshot of our Anthropic bill on Twitter. When I stopped hiding this information and started just sharing it, suddenly people trusted me a hell of a lot more. This is like when examples here are, if you ban somebody, tell them why you banned them. If you block an app, send an email to them saying why it was blocked and what specific policies it was against. Own it publicly. Be transparent about these things. Engage in the conversation with actual responses and not just whatever the PR team said you're allowed to say. On that note, Devrel more and lawyer less. The fact that the open claw breakdown is the best example of how Anthropic just doesn't pay attention to the world around them enough. Claudebot was a phenomenal opportunity for Anthropic to win some good faith, help with an open source thing, and get people really excited about the future of what they can do with AI. I legitimately believe that Stypete's preference for codex models for code was the reason Anthropic refused to ever work with him. And instead of having the DevRel team or any other person at Anthropic reach out and work with him, they sent the lawyers after him instead. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Just insanity. Another really big one, and I've been talking about this forever, they need to lean into open source. The only thing Anthropic has over other labs right now is code. The models are not good at other things. And to be clear, what I mean here specifically is that their models are great as a developer. So if you are building things that use LLMs to call tools, Anthropic models are still a really good option because they're good at tool calling. Anthropic models are not really useful outside of that. Like, I don't know normies that use Claude.ai. And that's because they're leaning into the dev side. They didn't even mean to get here, but they are here now. And since they were the first lab that had models that were actually pretty good for coding, they won a bunch of good faith as a result of that. They didn't get there intentionally, though, and that lack of intentionality is showing. They don't seem to understand how developers work, think, or what they need. The only reason Claude Code happened is because Boris just went on a tangent and did it. It wasn't a company decision to make Claude Code. It was a Boris decision to make Claude Code. And Boris was a developer. So they accidentally made something useful for devs. The company still doesn't understand us, though. And the fact that Claude Code is still closed source emphasizes that. The fact that they're not letting us build on top of it emphasizes that. The fact that Claude Code has rotted to such a point where they had to buy a faster JavaScript runtime and have the lead dev unfuck it for them says all you need to see. The DMCA requests, the misunderstandings of how NPM is supposed to work. Even just like, they should be donating inference to big open source projects. Like, just go hit up a bunch of people maintaining important shit and give them free $200 a month plans with no strings attached. Go from making open source people mad at you to making them love you. That is the obvious next step. I'm personally giving more open source developers free access to Codex than Anthropic is giving open source developers to Claude Code. That's hilarious. And it's such an easy win. Open source Claude Code, start giving free access and tokens to a bunch of contributors. Just get deep in the open source world. It's not that hard. They're very open. It's kind of in the name. Take advantage of it. Next point. You're not Apple. Stop pretending. Not only is the stuff that you're building not very Apple-like in the sense that I can swap it out with a string instead of it consuming my life, Apple's model just wouldn't work right now. The way Apple built things worked because they were so early and no one had awoken to what they were building enough that they could win their section of the market and lock them in before anyone else could show up. Things move too fast now. Your competitors aren't just catching up, they're ahead. You can't do the Apple model. It makes no sense to do this right now. Even Apple isn't doing the Apple model the way you seem to think they're doing it. Stop pretending. And on that note, the final point that kind of leans into it. Lean into good people. You have an awesome team at Anthropic. I know this for a fact because I keep seeing awesome people in my life end up at Anthropic. Let them do this. Fire the fucking PR team. Fire whoever is going down there. Fire whoever's barking down the throats of the people who want to be talking about these things and can't. Inspire a culture where random engineers can just say something online, and that's okay. Because it is okay. If anything, it's probably pretty good. The fact that I can sense Tarek's hands being tied with the responses to all of these things online, the fact that his last tweet was 3 hours ago and didn't answer my question, has had a lot of people follow up, and he's continued to not answer or post at all, is because some lawyer internally sit him down and said, we can't talk about this anymore. We need a plan. I would not be surprised if he's already gotten in trouble just for this. Just for doing his job and doing the thing that is the best for the company. This is the harsh reality. Much like Anthropic's models, Anthropic, the corporation, does not always know what is the best for Anthropic, the corporation. If you let the models write your Claude MD, it's going to be a bad Claude MD. If you let the company decide how to present the company, it's going to be presented like shit. Let these people lead. I'm going to give a really silly example here. This is Rene Ritchie. If you're an Apple nerd, you might remember him because he used to write one of the most important Apple news blogs at 9to5Mac. And since then, and then he started a YouTube channel, which was one of the best YouTube channels for covering new Apple stuff. Computer is doing shit I don't want it to. One sec. Cool. There was a point in time where YouTube was trying really hard to figure out the creator middle class, people who made enough money on YouTube to make a comfortable living, but weren't in like the top 1,000 creators that made billions of dollars a year. And they were talking to a lot of these YouTubers who were in that middle range to try and figure out how they could make things better for them. Rene was one of them. And after talking with him a bunch, YouTube realized, oh, this guy knows what he's doing. He understands this really well. More so than even we do. Maybe we should bring him on to help us figure it out. And they created a new role at YouTube, the creator liaison, whose job is to be the in-between of YouTube and creators. It's almost like a DevRel, but for YouTube. And I was scared when this happened because I loved Rene and I loved his YouTube channel, and I knew this was going to mean he's not posting as much, and that absolutely has been the case. This motherfucker saved YouTube. Sorry, Susan. Yeah. Susan was the previous CEO of YouTube. There's a lot of people who don't love her. I think she was essential in steering YouTube in the right direction. May she rest in peace. Her story's actually quite tragic, especially around like losing her son and then passing away so soon after. Like, my heart goes out to her and her family. She made YouTube the platform that I now can make my living off of. I am so thankful I got to start posting on YouTube in the era she helped lead it. Fuck cancer. Anyways, an anecdote I have heard from many people that I think has been publicly put out there before. I'm pretty sure I saw this on a what's the show? The Colin Samir. I'm pretty sure I heard this on Colin and Samir. I might be wrong. I know for a fact this is true because I've heard it from YouTube employees, and I don't mind leaking it simply out of tribute to Susan. A pretty hard rule Susan had set as the leader of YouTube was based around our friend here, Rene. When Susan was trying to get YouTube better aligned with creators, she had a company mandate that if any decision was in any way uncertain or questionable, it was the role of the team to think to themselves, what would Rene do in this scenario? They didn't necessarily have to reach out. They didn't necessarily have to do this for everything. But she really wanted to instill this idea that YouTube is a creator-first company. And if they wanted to represent creators, they needed to think like Renee does, because Renee's job was to be with the creators. And as long as they were to stay aligned with him and do what he would have done, YouTube would keep moving in the right direction. And other than the shorts bullshit, I would argue they have. The CEO of YouTube told the rest of YouTube that this random, the CEO of YouTube told all of YouTube that this random recent hire that was certainly not a high-level exec type, he did not have any employees reporting to him or anything like that, he is the one that should be used as a reference point as we try to steer the product in the right direction. Any post that the YouTube account makes that Renee wouldn't have approved of should not be made. Any feature that Renee would not have liked probably shouldn't be shipped. Any comms, any announcements, any plans, anything that would make YouTube less aligned with creators should be stopped. But if YouTube can't understand the creators, then they should at least understand him. Can you even imagine Dario doing the same thing? Just imagine Dario waking up to the fact that the reputation is crumbling, realizing how hard Tarek is trying, realizing how hard Jared is trying, realizing how hard a lot of these people are just trying to come out here and be useful and helpful, and saying that we should let them lead instead. Not only are they not doing that, they're trying to beat alignment into these people. Tarek is more aligned than Anthropic is, the same way that Renee was more aligned than YouTube was. You gotta work your way to the middle. I want to be very, very clear. You can still fix this, Anthropic. You need to do a fundamental strategy shifting to do it. The way you guys think... For Anthropic to save the world, you must first participate in it. You can't get where you want to be by being so rude to everyone else. It does not work that way. What else I want to say here? So yeah, Sonnet 4.6 is a really good model, and you should definitely use it. Okay, seriously though, I hope this video was useful, both for everyone who is not working at Anthropic to understand just how rancid the vibes currently are, but also to my friends at Anthropic that I know at least some of you will watch this video, and for the one or two that made it to the end here, hi, thank you for continuing to listen to me even though I know it's hard. Please do whatever you can to try and get them to wake up to the chaos they are causing. And if you fail, you know how to get a hold of me. We can find you something better. I know a lot of places that are a lot less culty that would love to have you there. I'm exhausted. I'll let you guys know how much of my shit gets banned and how many relationships I burn by even making this video. I'm just tired of watching this all as it happens, and I needed to talk about it. So hopefully this was helpful. Maybe some change will happen as a result. Probably not. I just wanted to vent. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Yeah, 5 of the 6 points are just don't be assholes. You're right. I want to hear more from you, Craig. I was reading your message on the other monitor. A cult is generally defined as a cohesive social group characterized by intense, often unquestioning devotion to a specific person, ideology, or set of beliefs. Yeah, to a low-level employee who was hired specifically to represent the beliefs of others. The alignment with Renee is not an unquestioning devotion to Renee specifically. It is an attempt to make it easier for the business to stay aligned with the people that Renee is representing. He is a representative of those people. That is absolutely not a cult, because the belief holding YouTube together was nothing to do with Renee. They brought him in as a method to steer away from the problems that you're describing here. Do you understand how business works? How about this, Craig? I'm going to ban you because you're a shitty person. If you can respond to me, or if you can file an unban request with proof that your businesses make more money than mine, I will give you half of my business as a gift, because clearly I don't know how to run a business and you do. Yeah. We won't be getting an unban request from him. Oh, the skills or AI generated skills are bad too. That I definitely want to put in. Bid. Cool, we'll do that. Now I can kill this one. Because it is that. I'll put that in here. I also have skills are good, but not that good. I'll put that in there as well. Cool. No, I'm not. I actually, like, I have thought about this in the past, like just being real. I do have to think about and talk about potentially being acquired. I would not want to even consider, much less take an offer from Anthropic right now. I would be incredibly unhappy working there with everything I know about it. And they don't need me. Like, my skills are covered within Anthropic. The issue at Anthropic is the lack of alliance and allegiance. Like, it's just, they're not aligned well with the world. Like, a different way of framing this is, I'll stay on it. Like, why should they buy us? It's silly, but something I've learned from advisory is if you tell a company that they're doing something wrong and dumb, they will dismiss it and ignore it. If they ask you for advice and you tell them the same thing, they'll still probably dismiss it and ignore it. But if they pay you for advice, if you come in as a consultant or an advisor, as soon as there's a contract in money exchange's hands, they suddenly are way more willing to listen. It's stupid. I hate that humans work this way. But free advice is not listened to. Paid for advice, even if it's the exact same or better, it's worse advice, will be listened to more closely and cared for more directly. So if the people internally telling Anthropic they need to fix this shit is not working for them, hypothetically speaking, buying us could fix it. Not because I'm better than the people there. In fact, I would be quite worse at it. But since they paid me for this, hypothetically speaking, they might be more willing to listen to me saying it internally than they are to the other people currently saying it internally. But they're not going to do any of that. It doesn't matter. It's just, I'm saying that the only way I could ever see them acquiring us or paying us that would make sense would be that. And I do not believe that they would do that. Oh, fuck. That's another one I want to add to the video. Cool. I forgot one more rancid thing that Anthropic does that I haven't talked about before. Thankfully, this isn't covered by my NDA, and it might get some people in trouble. And if you are one of those people and I get you in trouble as a result of this, I am sorry. I will pay you 10 times more than Anthropic did as an apology. Anthropic pays brand partners like absolute fucking shit. That here happens. Okay, cool. I was just trying to find an example. I can't. Okay. So we're going to start this real simply. One's in the chat if you've seen a Claude Code ad on Instagram in the past week. Drop a 1 in chat if you've seen a Claude Code ad in the past week on Instagram specifically. Shitload of ones, and I would bet YouTube chat, when it eventually catches up, will be the same. I can barely open Instagram without getting a Claude Code ad. It's like 1 in 3 ads, and Instagram has a ton of ads. I have heard estimates as high as $1 million a day of ad spend by Anthropic on Instagram. They are putting out an absurd amount of money to buy Claude Code ads specifically on Instagram, and they're targeting everyone they fucking can with it. The volume of those ads is absurd, and the amount of money they're spending on them is absurd. So let's say you're an influencer they want to use for that, because they're not filming those themselves or making them themselves. They are paying developers, mostly developer influencers, to film things about Claude Code, and then they pay to distribute those as ads with a bunch of logos and stuff added to them. If they're spending $1 million a day distributing those ads, how much money do you think they pay the influencers to film them? $1 million a day and spend around $3,000 for the actual work. They paid $3,000 for an ad that they then proceeded to they spent $3,000 for the creator that made the ad, and then spent millions distributing their face around the world under Anthropic's name. I know people who I know influencers who have had many a strange encounter with random developers who thought they worked for Anthropic because they were paid $3,000 to do one ad, and then they distribute it to millions upon millions of people. And yes, it is the influencer's job to renegotiate and push back. I have told them this so many times. They should have. But from what I have heard from the influencers who have said, no, that rate is way too low. We need a much shorter, we need much better terms, much better pay, and a shorter life cycle that you own this for. They just get declined and they move to the next person. There's a good chance that this is the agency that they contracted out to go find these people and do this shit. But to spend $3,000 on the actual media being created on the person whose face you're going to blast out, and then spend hundreds of millions of dollars putting that face out there, that is disgusting. I don't do syndicated media right now for this reason. I fear the idea of somebody seeing my face for the first time in an ad instead of my content, because I don't want people to see me as a brand figure. I want them to see me as a person that has opinions. And for Anthropic to take that from newer influencers who don't know better for just $3,000 is genuinely horrifying. It's just that the influencer assumed they were just going to do like one small blast with this, or that they were just being paid for the reel to be created. I've gotten these contracts a lot with brands when they want to do a sponsorship. They always try to put a little line at the bottom. It's like, they're paying me for a sponsorship in my video, but they also reserve the right to reuse the video that I create for whatever they want. And I make sure that is crossed off every single time I negotiate these deals, because distribution is more expensive. If you want to use my face and blast it across channels, you better pay me a shitload more. And I can almost guarantee from what I've seen from these deals that these creators did not know what they were signing up for. And as a result, they got screwed. Obviously, I'm personally biased here as an influencer in the space that runs their business off of these deals. This one hurt me deeply, and I just needed to vent about it for a sec. It's just, every time I hear about a thing Anthropic did, it ends up being dirty. Yeah. Oh, look, another person that is a creator in the space that just outed it. Mick, are you okay with me mentioning this in the video? If not, we'll just axe this. Give me a thumbs up, down. Am I allowed to mention this in the video? Actually, no, you weren't Anthropic that you almost got played by, if I recall. It was somebody else. I don't remember the details. I know you almost got fleeced, though. No, okay, cool, yeah. Poor Mickey here, who's one of my favorite content creators in the space that I've been helping out however I can, almost got caught with a deal like this, where he was about to accidentally give crazy distribution rights to a company. And I told him, like, no, this is entirely unacceptable. Double the price, say no for this, and charge them 10x more if they insist on having this. Like, it's important. Like, yeah, as an influencer, this is one of those things that matters to me. And it is just, yeah, it just shows that they don't think things through outside of their bubble very much. Yeah, anyways. Let's get to the root of the problem. This is where you'll cut to the Anthropic's occult part. Westwinder. So thank you for being able to cover this. I'm debating whether I should say anything about it. I hope that this video will get a lot of other people willing to open up. How did I feel about being used in the GPT-5 announcement video? They didn't distribute that as an ad, as far as I know. And my understanding of the appearance was that they would only be using it for limited announcement content. I read the contract closely. And I also made them remove the pay entirely. They offered me $1,000 for that. It's like, nope, I don't even want that. It was, I did that specifically as a path to get closer with them to get early access. And honestly, I think it was done very responsibly overall. They sent us the cut ahead of time. They told us what it would be used for. They asked us for permission for everything along the way. And they gave us a ton of really useful shit throughout, including the unlimited free access to GPT-5. And from that point onwards, they've done nothing like that. They have not pulled me in. They have not done any media like that. They just give us early access, talk to us, occasionally do a meeting or two with us, and then they release the thing. So the one time OpenAI did something even vaguely like this, they handled it much better. They offered me too low of a number and I declined it, but like that wasn't meant to be part of it at all. I didn't even know I was going to be paid when I agreed. They mentioned the pay. I was like, nope, fuck you, keep it. I don't want to ever have to deal with the fact that OpenAI paid me. It is what it is. The CO2 levels in this room are literally going to murder me, so I'm going to open the door and turn on the air quick. Doors open, fans on, AC's roaring. Hopefully, things will get a little colder. And also, the air will get less bad. Let me thank all the subs I missed while I was doing that rant. One by Tesh hitting the 10-month mark. H14h.com with Claude plus Codex being a fun combo. I agree. Burger Man Can with the 6 months of support. Appreciate that a ton. Pierce Codes, the Prime for 8 months. DBG Meek with the Prime. And Doc Devs, the Legend, 35 months of Tier 3. Fucking legend. Always good to see you, man. If we've gotten any updates here. Oh, did she block me after that? That's so funny. That's so funny. I'm assuming that Tarek is not posted at all since. Nope. Poor guy. There definitely are Mac runners on GitHub, I'm pretty sure. Forked Molvad to allow tailscale, that's pretty cool. Okay, how is the calendar looking right now? Okay, so should probably publish future of TypeScript. That's ready to go. I'll publish that post stream first thing after. Then we'll do our announcements. Either code will be open source. That is the plan. Yes. T3 chat app concept on desktop that you coded. I've not had a chance to check fucking anything. I don't think the effect thing is going to be a big enough video. Oh, I missed a super chat. Thank you, S. John, for calling that out for me. Negative USD 6472 on Claude usage. Mad respect for the transparency. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Electricity codes appear different on different devices and apps. It's because they are, you can pick them yourself, but if you don't, then they are chosen randomly. So if you set the color, then it will be the same everywhere. If you don't, then it changes, which is very annoying because I have a chat up on my monitor there that is on a different computer than this one. So they end up with different colors and it drives me mad. I'll say that mobile app will not be part of launch week, sadly. We will have some teasers for it probably, but the app's not ready yet. We cut Node.js's memory in half is in your proposals tab. Let me. Is there a view for it? Can I change this to filter to include yours? Yeah, let's do that. I'll also just make that here. A general proposals group would be great. We'll figure that out later. Let's add Maria proposals. Save. And then there's the stupid thing in here for choosing which columns I am allowed to see, because like they're hidden by default. Well, not hidden by default. Edit groups. Okay, here we are. Maria proposal is now allowed as well. And no memory in half. This one I effectively did, so we will mark this as dead. And this is, oh, it's platformic, of course. Those are great. This actually looks really cool. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Ladislav, for the 10 bomb on Twitch chat. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you for the subs. Bright Data was running my sponsor segment as YouTube ads. I made sure that wasn't in the contract. If you happen to have any screenshots of that happening or any proof that that occurred, that you can email to me, YouTube at t3.gg. Very, very helpful if you can find that for me, because I will actually sue them for that. Fuck them. Bright Data was miserable to work with already. I've axed them forever. If they're also literally breaking the law and going outside of our previous agreement, I will destroy them. I will end them. They were fucking hell to work with. I'll just out all the... Thank you, Mickey, for the gifts. Really appreciate that. I'll just out the story there because I fucking hate them. As I chatted for proof, I hope he saw me say that. Yeah, if you don't mind, like, I don't think they can share links on YouTube chat, sadly, but if you can email YouTube at t3.gg with proof of the Bright Data ads, that would be very helpful. The posted from the Bright Data account. Great. Cool. That is all I need. I can run with that. I will piss them off a lot later. Okay, so just like the issues I had with Bright Data, and man, there were a lot of them. The biggest one was that they were so fucking annoying about reshoots, where I filmed a pretty damn good ad for them. And they made it seem like I could do whatever I wanted for the ad. So I ended up doing a pretty good one that actually focused more on the product and the examples they had given. The motherfucker wrote me a Google Sheets write-up of all the feedback timestamped for each section. And it was like 000 to 005. You said this. Instead, you should say paragraph of text. And did that over and over again. Timestamp for everything I said. Turned every 5 words into a paragraph. His script would have taken me 20 minutes to read for a minute-long ad. And I was literally just like, I would rather refund you than shoot this. You're fucking joking, right? I think this ad is awesome. If you want, you can make one suggestion of one thing to change. I will do one last reshoot with your one suggested change. And then we're done. And they agreed. They gave me one small change. I did it. We aired the ad. And then I didn't renew the deal because I hated working with them. Just now to learn that they are continuing to plaster my face on the internet. Fuck them. No, it's over. And this sucks so much because like almost all of the brands I work with have been awesome. Like, funny enough, one of the worst ones was Vercel. And they've changed everything about how they do influencer stuff. It's way better now. But like, almost all of the sponsors I've worked with have been fucking awesome. And the vast majority have never even done YouTube before. So they, for better or worse, trust me to figure it out with them. And it goes really, really well. Oh, save it in case they delete. Yeah, I'll do that. The other fun thing is I'm doing this live, so I'll have this footage to reference forever. There is no way they can hide this. Oh, there's a link straight to the ad on the ad transparency platform. It's being hidden because I have uBlock. Cool. Huge. Huge. I'm going to email them now because I am fucking pissed. It has been done. They were okay. They haven't aired since November, which is less bad, but like that, no, that needs to stop immediately and never be done again. I gotta check a thing. When you Google bright data, I'm the first thing that pops up. That's great. Oh, that would have been hilarious. Adversarial learning. No, it's not at 100%. You're misreading. It's 100% remaining. We'll flip it because people are stupid. It just you can use it. It's fine. It's 100% left. It says remaining right next to the percentage. Gonna go mad. There are so many forces trying to push me towards insanity right now. I'm not gonna lie. Vibe coded piece of skills is low quality. Most skills are published there. Apologies, Sam Lambert. No, you accept my harsh critique. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. If it has a bunch of links, it's not going to be that useful. Oh yeah, we added the meter to the FAQ. We have to redo FAQ stuff and like a lot of content stuff on the site. I'm planning it for a bit. Mateo Kalina. Yeah, I'll do this one. This is a good piece of content now that I've finished raging about the bright data thing. Cool. Thank you, VK Do, for the Prime. Same crazy for the Prime. Appreciate all of y'all. Let's start our next video. What rumors have I heard that I stated as absolute facts? If I'm stating it as a fact, it's because I know things I'm not allowed to talk about. I tried helium vertical tabs. They're good. They're not quite good enough for me to move off of the compact view. and they don't save vertical real estate because I'm already in the compact view. Ooh, huge. I wanted this forever. T3 code will work in Linux, yes. I do not plan to update my video about browsers because everything is still true and I'm still using Helium as my daily driver. Let's do this one. Give a cut to the person from YouTube chat who reported the bright data thing. I should at least keep an eye on who that was. I don't think I can scroll back far enough to find who said that. Oh, here it is. This VHS. Oh, VHS. I've definitely seen you around. You're good people. Yeah, thank you. If I end up getting any money out of them, I will definitely find some way to give you some of it. I'm still fucking pissed. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. I get this reference, Collie. I still get texts from fucking Cairo occasionally. He really wanted me to help them build an app for fucking Braille skateboarding way back. Okay. Did I skate myself? Oh man, go check out my Instagram. I was a very big skater. Let's do this. No memory vid. This should be fun. Cut your Node.js memory usage in half with this one simple trick. Okay, cut the clickbait. This is actually a really cool topic. As I'm sure most of y'all know, JavaScript is not exactly memory efficient. It trades complexity. That's why we see hilarious things like Cursor using 3.38 terabytes of RAM. JavaScript's a great language that does a lot of really cool things, but sadly, memory management has never been one of the ones it is strongest with. Which is why I was really excited to see Theo, who is one of the main contributors to Node, come out with a really cool post about how he cut Node memory usage in half with a one-line Docker image swap. To be clear, it's not one line of code changing here. A Docker image swap is a pretty big deal depending on where you're doing it, but the things that led to this performance win are genuinely really fascinating. I don't think people appreciate how much engineering goes into things, I think people are so quick to dismiss JavaScript that they don't take the time to appreciate the incredible engineering work going in on things like Node.js or V8, the engine itself. And I've even been guilty of this to an extent as I learn about things that I didn't know were going on in JavaScript and in the VM itself. many of which get covered in crazy things like my previous, I keep losing my train of thought, sorry. How about this point? Yeah. There is so much hard native code work going on. Yeah, like 5th time's fucking charm. I feel like most engineers don't appreciate just how much hard engineering work goes into JavaScript because they're quick to dismiss it as JavaScript. But V8 is one of the most complex and impressive projects ever built, and Node is not too far from it. The effort that's going into the C++ that is powering all of this stuff is hard to put into words, and some of it's really cool. I'm constantly surprised by how many hidden flags and features there are inside of V8 and Node that can fundamentally change the performance characteristics. This is one I did not know about that I think is really, really cool. And I can't wait to tell you all about it after a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. So let's dive into how Theo was able to cut Node's memory usage in half, as well as any potential negative side effects of this. V8, the C++ engine under the proverbial hood of JavaScript, includes a feature that many Node developers aren't familiar with. This feature, pointer compression, is a method for using smaller memory references in the JavaScript heap, reducing each pointer from 64 bits to 32 bits. The net is that you wind up using about 50% less memory for the same app without having to change any code. Pretty great, right? Well, almost. Node.js does not enable pointer compression by default for 2 historical reasons. I find this to be really interesting. There's been a couple times where this happened. One of the most famous ones was when I got in the fight with that person who claimed I was lying about performance differences between Vercel and Cloudflare, because when he ran a trigonometry function in a loop, it performed better on Cloudflare than Vercel. The reason for that was actually fucking hilarious. Cloudflare doesn't run Node. Cloudflare runs their own V8-based engine. Vercel runs Node. It turns out there was a flag to do faster trig math that had been enabled by Cloudflare for their runtime of V8 that was not enabled by default in Node runtimes. Cloudflare were the ones who went and found this, fixed it, and got it upstreamed into Node itself, thereby killing the gap there. But that was just like one trigonometry function that didn't have the flag enabled to make it faster. Thank you, Proj, for this. I still can't believe that my shitposting in blogs about, thanks, Proj, for that. But yeah, I still can't believe that my shitposting and silly benchmarks ended up making Cloudflare 3 to 10 times faster for various workloads. So cool. And a lot of that just comes down to which flags are enabled and what values are set for them. People don't appreciate how much config there is in Node because none of us ever hit it. Like in TypeScript, you go edit the tsconfig, but in Node, you don't really config anything. You just tell it to run a JavaScript file. But there are so many flags you can enable in the building and bundling of Node that nobody ever touches. And seeing into them with stuff like this is really fun. So let's see the historical reasons why this particular flag has not been enabled. Yeah, what do you got for me here?
AI has made a lot of things easier for devs.
Thank you. Cool. I will save this so I have it. Appreciate that. Thank you. As it were. So going through these reasons, first is the 4 gig cage limitation, which means that enabling pointer compression required the entire Node process to share a single 4 gig memory space between the main thread and all the worker threads. This is a significant issue. Cloudflare and Igalia partnered to solve this so that the cage could be per isolate, an individual instance of the V8 engine. If you're not familiar with this, or to break this down a little bit for those who aren't as familiar with the worker model in JavaScript and V8, it is possible to spin up relatively safe isolates in V8 that have their own pool of memory. So if I have some work going on in the main thread, like I'm trying to make sure when people hit buttons on the keyboard, something appears as quickly as possible, but I want to do something else that is complex computationally, like generate some UI or run some complex math. If you do that on the main thread, other inputs and other things the user's doing are going to be blocked by that background work. Workers are a way to effectively spin up another instance of the JS engine. It's not really a new instance. It's a sub-isolate within it that has its own memory, its own runner, and can be run in parallel to what you're doing in the main thread so that things happening in the worker don't block the main thread. But in order for that to work, it needs to have its own memory that it's operating against. You cannot share memory between a worker and the main thread. You have to pass events between the two. As a result of this complexity, a lot of people have just never built with workers. I don't really know many JavaScript developers that have used workers in the browser. I'm not talking about Cloudflare workers. I'm talking about browser workers for other threads to prevent blocking main thread as you're doing things. I just don't know many who have used it that way. Cloudflare uses them very heavily. The reason the platform is called Cloudflare Workers is because you don't get your own instance of V8 when you use Cloudflare. The V8 instance has workers spun up for every request. So the same way I could in the browser spin up a worker to do something else while the user is still using the site, Cloudflare has the one main V8 instance with tons of workers that are spun up in order to do these other things so that they can run on the same instance of V8, thereby massively reducing Cloudflare's costs for hosting and also allowing them to be as cheap as they are, relatively speaking. And yes, Naman, web workers are the right term for the version for the web, but what the fuck would we call the ones in Node if that was the case? The point I'm trying to make here is that Cloudflare has invested a lot in doing things to prevent weird memory characteristics in workers because they want this to work as well as possible for the stuff they are hosting. And the problem here was that the entire node process was sharing a single 4 gig memory space. And whenever a new worker came up, it got to reserve some portion of that because it couldn't reuse the other things. How did you find my Burks clips? Oh, yeah. Somehow got in Fox News for this one, which is funny. I have a whole Instagram clip from that one, but yeah. Anyways. Yeah. So what's the other problem that prevented this? Some worried that compressing and decompressing pointers on each heap access would introduce performance overhead. I understand why that would be a concern. If you have to do one more step before you can even read the thing happening, and I understand this concern. I actually would have had the same concern that if you have to do something extra, like one more cycle, one more step before you can even access the values in memory, that sounds really bad. And that's why Cloudflare, Regalia, and the Node.js project all collaborated to determine exactly what kind of overhead existed and assess whether it would impact real-world apps. To test this, they created Node Caged, a Node 25 Docker image with pointer compression turned on, because you can't just pass a flag to Node. You can't just be like Node -- compression or something. It has to be built with this on. So they made a custom build of Node 25, put it in Docker so you could easily swap it without having to reinstall Node on your existing instance, and then run production level benchmarks with this on AWS EKS. In short, we achieved 50% memory savings with only a 2 to 4% increase in average latency across real-world workloads and a reduced P99 latency by 7%. For most teams, this trade-off is an easy choice. Fascinating. I would expect this to become the default very, very soon. Let's talk a bit more about how all of this works. First, though, Naman clarified that there are a lot of different types of workers. Cloudflare workers, web workers, service workers, parentheses, node worker threads, because these are called worker threads, but they are the node version. Yeah. Super easy to understand. Sorry, important text. Turns out running 2 companies, an agency, and a channel is a lot of work. Anyways. Every JavaScript object is stored in V8's heap. Inside, objects point to each other using 64-bit memory addresses on a 64-bit system. For example, an object like name Alice age 30 has several internal pointers, one to its hidden class, the shape, one to where its properties are stored, and one to the string Alice, which is on the heap. So you might imagine all of these pointers can add up in a typical Node app, taking up a lot of valuable heap space. On a 64-bit system, each pointer uses 8 bytes, even though most V8 heaps are much smaller than the huge address space they could use. For real. Pointer compression takes advantage of this. Instead of saving full 64-bit memory addresses, V8 stores 32-bit offsets, relative distances from a fixed starting point, called the base address. When reading from the heap, which is the section of memory where objects are stored, it rebuilds the full pointer by adding the base and the offset. When writing, it compresses the pointer by subtracting the base from the full offset. When writing, it compresses the pointer by subtracting the base from the full address. Interesting. So this is basically just Unix time, but for memory. Seriously, though, it makes a lot of sense. You still have the 64-bit positioning, but if you're only using 4 gigs of memory, you can fit the start to the end in 32 bits. Makes sense to just pick a fixed starting point and work up from there the same way that Unix time does. And apparently other languages do this too. Swift also makes use of compressed pointers, mainly in their async systems. NMG here, by the way, is currently going to work, not dev work though. So if you want a dev that knows the security stuff, their pointers and all these fun things in languages, NMG could be hired. This doesn't need to go in the video, but at the very least it should go in the live stream. I'm sure NMG will have plenty of ways to contact them if you are interested. And also let me know and I can put you in touch. Anyways. The trade-off is simple. Each pointer goes from 8 bytes to 4 bytes. For structures with many pointers like objects, arrays, closures, maps, and sets, this can reduce memory consumption by around 50%. Like think about that. For every single key that you have in an object with a value that is something like a string or a sub-object, a pointer is instantiated for all of those. And if you can cut the size of those down by 50%, that's going to be a lot of savings. And then we have the CPU side. Each heap access now needs one extra addition for reads or a subtraction for writes. To put it into perspective, this extra operation is akin to a level 1 cache hit in terms of computational effort. These are incredibly fast operations, and although millions of them are occurring every second, their impact ends up being minimal, akin to a gentle ripple in a vast ocean of processing tasks. And also to be clear, this additional plus or minus is not happening in the JavaScript world. This is happening in the C++ code that powers all of this. And then we have the heap limit. 32-bit offsets can only reach 4 gigs of memory per V8 isolate, a separate instance of the JavaScript engine with its own memory and execution state. For most node services, which usually use less than a gig, this isn't a problem. Looking at you, cursor. Looking at you. But for everybody else, yeah, that's totally fine. If I see a node service using more than a gig of memory, I just assume it's memory leaking and something is broken, and usually it is. That is a good call. I didn't know this. Apparently, Chrome has had this on since 2020, which would make sense for Chrome for sure, because any tab using more than a gig of RAM is terrifying. More than 4 gigs is just throw the computer off a cliff and start again from scratch. Like, if you have a single tab using 4 gigs of RAM, we've already lost the plot long ago. So Chrome having this on makes a ton of sense. Previously, you had to set a feature flag for it at Previously, using this feature required setting a flag at compile time, which often felt like an expert-only option for many devs. Yep, totally agree. As I said before, this is a thing you had to build in, so you had to compile with it. So no one's like, let's just do a poll. And be honest with your answer, guys. How do you get Node? Comes with my distro. Install it with package manager. Call it brew apt other brew apt etc. Let's do like brew apt etc. Some type of package manager. Download from the Node site. download from node site, or compile from scratch. I have a feeling I know how this one's going to go. NVM I would consider a package manager. I probably should have put that in there. I'm personally on FNM. The point here I'm trying to make is that nobody is compiling Node from scratch. I happen to know that compiling Node from scratch takes a long time. No one would want to do that. Oh, we got our one person who clicked the button. You get the point, though. This is why they introduced Node Caged. The introduction of Node Caged has transformed this, enabling pointer compression with a simple one-line image swap. Again, assuming that you're not doing your own custom Docker image, you can extend the one they provide, but like that's a huge shift. This substantial simplification opens the door for a much broader audience to experiment with the feature more immediately. So here's what changed. Isolate groups. Pointer compression has been part of V8 for years. Node didn't use it before because of CPU overhead. Node didn't use it before, not because of the CPU overhead, but because of the memory cage limitations. This will be fun, seeing more about how the memory works within Node. V8's pointer compression made every isolate in a process share a single pointer cage, which was a 4 gig block of memory for all compressed pointers. This meant that the main thread and all worker threads had to fit in the same 4 gigs. In Chrome, where each tab has its own process, that was fine. But for Node, where workers share a process, it was a bigger deal. Back in November of 2024, James Snell, who I've seen contributing everything from Cloudflare to Node to many other things, he was one of the ones that came in to help with the chaos I caused with the benchmarks. He initiated this endeavor to address the challenge. If you're not familiar, James is also the creator of... what's the name of the fetch thing he made? That's like now the built-in fetch in Node. What's it called? You know the U, I think. Indisi, yeah. I'm correct, he was the creator of Indisi, right? That's great. Google's not fucking responding. Oh, was it Arrowwood? But am I just misremembering? Was it actually Arrowwood? Because Indisi started externally and then got pulled in. Okay. I might be misremembering. I thought he was also the creator of Indisi, which was a better fetch implementation for Node that became the official fetch implementation for Node. Might not have been him. I'm struggling to find any real information on that. Regardless, James has been involved in a ton of really important things in the JavaScript and Node world. There's a reason he's at Cloudflare, and there's a reason he's the one who proposed this. He knows what he's doing. Cloudflare sponsored Igalia engineers Andy and Demir. Cloudflare also sponsored Igalia engineers Andy and Dimitri to introduce new V8 features for this, isolate groups, which give each pointer its own compression cage. So instead of everybody's workers being stuck in the same 4 gig cage, all sharing that, each one can have its own. And this was for V8, to be clear. There's a change in V8 that they wanted because they could do this on Cloudflare to make their isolates better, and also could be used on Node as well. And the C++ change for V8 is simple. Now you can use the isolate new group field. Like you can pass a group to this namespace and it works fine, where previously you wouldn't do that. And that will give each thread its own 4 gig heap. The only limit is the system's available memory. This change, despite being started in November of 2024, took up until October of 2025. 62 lines across 8 files. It took a year for 62 lines to merge. And it has now enabled a lot of cool things. Like, just think about this. Changing the way, or like, everything on this. I want to just think about this for a second, because it's kind of crazy. And I don't think people appreciate just how hard it is to ship stuff like this. A proposal that Cloudflare needed took a year to go from proposal to shipped. And all it was 62 lines changed that enables the reduction of memory used by Node and other V8 apps by over 50% in many cases. That is insane that it took that long, but also that they had the wherewithal to push through and make it happen. This is the type of open source work that nobody sees normally, that is super important, and that I'm really pumped to like have happen, but also see publicly here. Shout out to Jason. Sorry. Yep. Shout out to James and Cloudflare for making all of this happen, as well as the people from Megalia who were sponsored on it too. The code was okay. Apparently the pointer compression itself had been broken since Node 22, and they fixed that as part of all of this. Theo tested the changes with a real-world Next.js SSR app and confirmed the 50% reduction in heap usage before they approved. So let's see more about these experiments. I'm excited. They made a mock Next.js e-commerce app it was a trading card app with 10,000 cards, 100,000 listings, all the fun things like server-side rendering, search, and a simulated database delay, all on a Kubernetes cluster. They just had 4 setups, all using the same hardware and app code. Standard Node, Node caged, and then their platform, which is Watt. It's like a similar thing to Cloudflare Workers, as far as I understand. It's their open source Node application server. These 4 tests. Let's see what the usage looked like. They had a bunch of mock traffic. 20% was homepage, which was SSR'd. 25% was search. 20% was card details. 15% game category pages, yada, yada. Let's see what the results look like. For a plain node, average latency went from 39.7 milliseconds to 40.7 milliseconds, which is a bump. That's 2.5%. The P90 got meaningfully worse, from 78 to 82%. That's a 5% bump. So 5% slower for the 10% slowest stuff. But much crazier is the 7.8% faster for P99. So the top 1% slowest got way faster. The top 10% slowest got slightly slower. Everything else was pretty close. Fascinating. A smaller heap means the garbage collector has less work to do, so there's fewer and shorter garbage collection pauses. That's a really good point. If you're not familiar, since JavaScript doesn't have you manually creating and freeing memory, the V8 engine has to handle that for you. When it detects that values are no longer being used or tracked, it will find them and go clean them up eventually. But when it decides to go do that but it has to choose to go do that, and it's not going to block your stuff for the most part. But when it is time to clean up that stuff, that's called garbage collection. And the garbage collection process will block things when it's happening. When GC is going on, other things can't be. And it's not going to take a super long time, but it will take actual time. And that's what the P99 is hitting. 99% of requests are not hitting, or 99% of requests don't get blocked by garbage collection, but the 1% that do now can have the collection happen much faster, which is a huge win. So how'd this work in their runtime? It actually looks like it was worse for average P90 and P99. The P99 went up a ton, but the max, which is beyond P99, it's like literally the worst case on each, was down 20%. Fascinating. I'm guessing they're just having garbage collection happen less, so they're not getting the same benefit initially. I wish they would acknowledge this plus 18.1. I'm so curious about that. If you combine node with if you compare standard node with watt, which is their runtime, plus the pointer compression stuff, the gap is pretty meaningful. The P99 is 42% faster on their thing. Seems cool. I should definitely look into watt more. I might have just been conned into doing an ad for them because this blog post was cool. That is fine, but also very interesting. Apparently, they had published benchmarks before that were not looking good. It showed a 56% overhead when they enabled this. And that was a simple Hello World Next.js starter app. A simple Hello World SSR page mostly does V8 internal work, compiling templates, diffing the virtual DOM, and joining strings. There's no I/O, no data loading, and no real app logic. Every operation goes through pointer decompression. Real apps are different. Typical request spends most of its time on things like I/O wait, data marshaling, framework overhead like routing, middleware chains, header processing, and then OS and network stuff like scheduling with TCP, TLS, all those things. I agree for the most part. I've pushed this really hard. I try to explain to people like if you're just if you're just running a script that writes, or I try to push this a lot with people. If you're running a script that just curls an HTML page being generated by React, probably not the best benchmark. There's a ton of other things that matter. I still think that a 56% decrease in performance on a thing that doesn't do all this work is really bad, and I want more info on that case. Hopefully we get more of that here. I like this framing. As the ratio of real work to pure V8 pointer chasing increases, the overhead of pointer compression shrinks proportionally. Our e-commerce app includes simulated database delays of 1 to 5 milliseconds, JSON parsing of datasets with 10,000 plus records, search filtering, pagination, and full SSR rendering with React. In that context, the pointer decompression overheads round to noise. Yes. Takeaway being that you should always use realistic workloads for benchmarking. Yeah, I tried this myself when I was getting in all of the fights about running a fucking trig function in a loop. I am proud. I feel like I had some very small but meaningful impact on this with the benchmarks I did in the past, getting Cloudflare to like kick up their focus on performance stuff. I'm proud of the impact I may or may not have had here, and I'm just pumped to see it all shipping, honestly. And to be clear, the impact I had was not I did something great. It's that I made something stupid, and that turned into other people making something great, which is really cool. How to reply to a chatter quick. I should think about doing voice work. I do not have a good voice. I objectively do not like my my voice is objectively bad. Like I've measured it. It's bad. The 40 milliseconds is with the round trip and databases and all of that too, to be fair. Yeah, no, it's not that I hate my own voice. I am an audio engineer. I can look at the spectrogram and be realistic about it. Here, for proof that this isn't just me, Prime's voice is slightly better than mine, but not a lot. We both have voices that are in a range that is unpleasant to listen to. Like, it's just a fact. I know how to read the fucking spectrogram. I know the range my voice falls in. It's not like the worst voice ever, But like the gap from me to a fucking pirate software is hilarious. Yeah. The way I frame this is different, actually, and it's much less humble, Rem. My content is so valuable that you'll deal with my voice. The things I am saying are important enough, and there's no source better enough that you'll deal with my voice. I have spent a lot of time with pirate software in real life, and his real life voice is very pleasant. It's almost absurd. Yeah, I'm happy you guys like my voice. He does not fake his voice. I hang out with him in person. It's like the most absurd cope. Like, I understand there's a lot of things Thor did that are not great. He's not faking his fucking voice. That's so absurd. And yes, Maria, you all put up with me, and I'm proud of you all for doing it. My voice is fine. It's not a pleasant voice. It is a tolerable one. I'm just being realistic. I know my value is not how nice it is to listen to me. It's that I'm saying useful things. I'm still trying to figure out what vocal fry is enough to fix it. I might actually do voice coaching because enough people bring this up and I don't hear it. And they complain about, I've seen a lot of complaints about Sam Altman's vocal fry too, and I don't hear it at all when he talks. So I definitely need to do some type of vocal coaching to figure it out so I can stop doing it. Oh yeah, Kit's voice is the best. Like if I could have any voice, it'd be Kit Langton's. He is great at this. Yeah, my rhythm of speaking is very good. I have gotten better as I've like edited my own videos, watched my own stuff, and talk a whole lot. Yeah. You just get good at it over time. And I'm sorry, Slime. Don't be sorry for me. I'm sorry for you that you can hear all the things wrong in my voice. Back to the article. Sorry for the tangent. Yeah. There's a very fun deep dive here about how the garbage collection stuff works, which I'm excited to read through. There are two types of garbage collection inside of, or there are several types of garbage collection within V8, and these are the two that matter primarily. There's the minor GC, which is scavenge. It will copy a live object from the young generation. Time is proportional to the number of live objects and their size. So this is, as I understand it, when a new object is generated, it needs to be put somewhere. So a tiny bit of garbage collection will be done just to figure out what space is available so I can drop it in wherever that fits. Okay, Fammy, if you're saying my voice is good, then I feel less bad. Thank you. We'll talk about the podcast plans when I'm done filming. And then we have the major GC, the Mark Sweep Compact. This is the thing that actually goes through everything in memory, identifies all of the reachable objects, sweeps the dead ones, and then optionally compacts. The time for this depends on the total heap size and level of fragmentation. To quickly simplify what this is saying, you have a bunch of stuff in memory. Things point from one thing to another. If there's nothing pointing to an object anymore, it doesn't need to be held in memory anymore, and it can be disposed of. There's a lot of edges where there's a lot of edges where V8 isn't necessarily able to perfectly know if the thing is still relevant or not. I did a video about weird V8 quirks forever ago that I dove in on all this with. The way this works is going through, finding anything that doesn't have things pointing at it, and then cleaning that up. But it has to go through everything in memory to do this, so it takes actual time. We're talking milliseconds, but a number of milliseconds. It means something. It's also worth noting that garbage collection is a much bigger issue in languages that are, I'll be real, faster. Like, managing your own memory in JavaScript wouldn't make much sense because the runtime is still going to be the major bottleneck. Whereas in something like Go, the garbage collection is the only thing that is slow. So it will often end up becoming a blocker in certain scenarios. That's why companies like Discord are moving some of their backend stuff off of Go to Rust. Even though Go is slow, or even though Go is just as fast as Rust for most things, the fact that the garbage collection can make some requests slower caused unreliable traffic patterns. Like if it does garbage collection when you're making a request, your traffic takes longer than it does for other people. That's why they moved to Rust, because they wanted to reduce the amount of times that garbage collection would interfere with real traffic. Dancing around garbage collection is an art, and I'm so thankful that us in the JavaScript world don't have to do it ourselves, that the much smarter people building Node and V8 for us have solved so many of these things. But yeah, the major GC is the thing that matters here for the numbers, and if the size of the pointers is half of the size, you end up having way less data to deal with when you go do the garbage collection. Because of the pointer compression, every object is smaller. This is domino effects. Things like the objects fit in fewer cache lines, because the compressed object that fits in a single 64-byte cache instead of 2, that makes garbage collection much easier. If a piece of data takes up twice as many slots that you have to check twice as much shit when you do the garbage collection. More importantly, though, the young generation, which is their primary, like these are things that were recently instantiated that we probably want to keep in like immediate memory, that will fill more slowly because smaller objects are taking up less space. The major GC has less to scan. A 1 gig heap with compressed pointers contains the same logical data as a 2 gig heap without, so the scan actually takes less time, of course. And the compaction is moving things around less, because when you do the compaction, you're taking the things that are gone and flattening to the front. I guess we do need Excalibur after all. If we have our memory, and in our memory we have stuff, like let's say we have object 1, object 2. Object 2 is actually quite big. Object 3, and then we'll round this out with object 4. Now we have another small object. We'll call this object 5. And we want to put this one into... And now we have this new object, object 5. And we want to instantiate this and put this into memory. There's a problem, though. There's no fucking space. So this triggers a garbage collection. Let's say object 1 points to 3. Object 3 points to 4. And nothing's pointing to 2. What ends up happening with the garbage collection pass, 2 gets deleted, and then these get moved. You might be questioning why move the things. Well, I'll show you. Let's say it was actually like this. We had object 3, object 1, object 4, and we have this space between the two. But this object is too big to fit in either of those spaces. This is called fragmentation. So the reason that we move everything is the same reason we defrag our drives. It's so all of the free space is at the end, so it's easier to add in new shit without having to unfurl it and break it out across so many things. That's also why virtualizing memory is so valuable, because if the OS can handle the fragmentation part and you're just dropping pointers directly to things that aren't real but are in your space, is great. And obviously, you can understand why things being half the size means less movement has to happen. Thereby, this process ends up being cheaper and faster. And as Mateo says here, the end result is that GC pauses are both shorter and less frequent. This corresponds to what we saw in the P99 and max latency numbers. When a long tail request lines up with a GC pause, the pause is now shorter. They drop some fun cost numbers here too, which are very interesting. If your current node on Kubernetes takes 2 gigs of memory per pod, this compression can knock you down to 1 gig. You get the same app and performance, but can run twice as many pods per node or use half as many nodes. What would having pod memory do to your bill? Take a moment to calculate the potential savings based on your current setup. For them, this example was based on a 6-node M5 2x large, which is at 38 cents per hour, roughly. That's about $16,600 a year. If you can go from 6 nodes to 3 because you need half as much RAM, you're saving $8,300 a year. If you have a real production fleet with 50 or more of these nodes, the savings could be between $80,000 and $100,000 a year without changing any code. That's pretty huge. You know what would actually benefit a lot from this? OpenClaw. Someone should make an OpenClaw Docker image based on this one because that compression is going to help it a ton. You'll be able to run OpenClaw on way smaller boxes as a result of this. Like, genuinely, that's really cool. Hadn't thought of that till now. Man, $5 VPS bros are eating good tonight. Yeah. This also means you can double your tenant density. Multi-tenant SaaS platforms where each tenant runs in their own isolated node process often will hit memory limits as the binding constraint for density. Yeah, absolutely agree. If you have 5 customers and all of them are running on the same box and each one needs 2 gigs of memory, even if they're not doing processing all the time, like you're not bottlenecked on CPU, you're bottlenecked on RAM. If you can cut the amount of RAM each of those instances needs by half, you can put twice as many things on that box. That's a big deal for a lot of memory constrained work, which is a lot of these like multi-runner cases. This also will help unlock edge deployments. I didn't even thought of that. That's a big deal. If you don't need as much RAM, you are much less blocked when you try to deploy things at edge. Lambda at edge, Cloudflare workers, and Dino deploy have strict memory limits between 128 megs to 512 megs. Cloudflare sponsored this work the reason Cloudflare sponsored this work is because the worker runtime needed pointer compression to support more isolates. Yeah, they can now put twice as many things in when they're not using CPU. That's crazy. Yeah. In a world where 128 gigs of server RAM is $2,500, this means a lot. Yeah, I should have thought about that before. The fact that RAM is so expensive makes this a really, really good, well-timed change. This is another one I hadn't thought of. For WebSocket apps, you often end up blocked on memory because if you're maintaining all of these connections and don't have anything to send yet, you're not using much CPU, but you are using a shitload of RAM because each of those connections is conservatively taking 10 kilobytes per connection on the heap. That puts you at 500 megabytes of RAM with 50,000 connections on one box. Now you're down to 250 meg. That's huge. So you can have 100,000 connections on the server that could previously only do 50,000. Huge. And like these are numbers that would sound like if some random service was promising me this, I wouldn't believe them. But this is Theo Kalina, who is my go-to reference point for things going on in Node. One of the best C++ engineers I've ever met. Theo is really good. He is writing this as a maintainer of Node, not as a person trying to sell you something. So I do believe him fully with this. They do call out the fact that if you do actually need more than 4 gigs of RAM per isolate, then this doesn't work. This is not going to help. This is probably going to cause problems. It's not an option. But only the V8.js heap is what's living inside the cage. Native add-on allocations and array buffer do not count against that limit. That's good to know. Like, I don't think any of the apps using that much RAM aren't offloading things like that, so almost certainly good. But there's one more compatibility constraint. Native add-ons built with the legacy NAN, the native abstractions for Node, won't work with pointer compression enabled. NAN exposes V8 internals directly, and pointer compression changes the internal representation of those objects. When you recompile, the ABI is different. Add-ons built on the Node API, which was formerly an API, are unaffected because Node abstracts away those pointer layers. Cool. Apparently, the most popular packages have all long since migrated. Sharp, bcrypt, Canvas, SQLite 3, Level Down, Buffer Util, UTF-8 Validate, all are good. Apparently, NodeGit is one of the few things that is still using NAN. If you run npm ls nan, if nothing shows up, you're good. This will actually be fun. Let's try that. let's hop into find a T3 chat code base. I think I have one here. Well, I do. Woo! T3 chat is clear. We can turn this on. That's actually really exciting. Our memory usage is not great. That'll be a huge win. Exciting. Good shit. Yeah. So if you can run this command and nothing happens and you're deploying your Node apps via Docker, I'm with him. You absolutely should try this. There isn't much to lose. I'm going to try turning this on for a few things that I'm working on right now. I'm actually really curious how this goes. Also, how it performs compared to Bun. This was a phenomenal article. Thank you, Mateo, for writing this. This is a super cool deep dive. I hope that y'all learned something as I read this. And if you haven't, go give Mateo a follow. He's putting so much work in for all of this and is not compensated fairly for it. I can promise you guys that much. He's one of those quiet people behind the scenes keeping the internet functioning as we know it. Give him a follow. Support him for the work he does. I know that I appreciate him immensely, and I hope you guys do too. Let me know how y'all feel about... Move my tea. Yeah. Are you guys as excited as I am about using less RAM, or do you just want to save money now that it's all so expensive? Let me know how you feel in the comments, and until next time, peace, nerds. Fun. Thank you, Maria, for the suggestion on that one. I would definitely not have filmed that otherwise. Oh shit, one of the candidates is here. Did not know that was going to be today. Fun. So much going on. Okay, let's get back to work. I don't think you guys can edit the commands. I just need you guys to write them all down and I'll edit them. Because a lot of them have to be done in the Fossabot dashboard. Okay, I don't read too much into this, honestly. I think that it's like interesting, but like Michael Seibel doesn't follow anybody. Oh, he follows 3 people. He's really going all in on the politics. Yeah, before he followed 0. Okay. Yeah, the grok stuff's so cringe. So I don't want to remove them. I want to save them somewhere else, but I do appreciate greatly that you wrote this. I might customize the script. But I do hit the max size a lot, and oh, you literally cited, oh, is this mine? No, this is you, but we had similar numbers and very similar things in our watch history. Hilarious. Yeah, we've all suffered through this. Definitely a thing I want to try. Thank you. Yeah, the podcast stuff. I am thankful Ben is not listening because he is busy right now. I don't listen to podcasts. So I don't know what a good podcast is, which is the main reason I don't want to do one. But what I've since learned is that people really enjoy the way Ben and I talk about stuff And right now, y'all don't get to see that. What you're seeing is Ben and I talking about the conversation we had before in our content. And if the podcast could just be Ben and me nerd sniping each other for an hour every week, that sounds like it would be quite fun. It would be a huge win for Ben because he would get immediate access to my platform in a way he has not before. It would be a huge validator for him, which means I would feel less bad tasking him with all of the work. And we also have a room freeing up in the studio apartment somewhat soon that could quickly become the podcast room. So, yeah. Still have to figure out branding and everything. You guys are touching on some of the ideas. I have the angle I want to go with the branding is while you wait for your agent runs. Like I want it to be some type of joke about how like your agents are running, so you're listening here. Oh, God, calling it Nerd Snipe would go hard. Fuck. Is Nerd Snipe the name? Fuck. It might be. Okay, I don't think this is that big a deal. Like an X-ray being submitted to an AI. Like, what are they going to do with that? Go lock the name down? I don't even know where I would do it. I need to think more. You're not wrong that we should do that, but soon-ish. Yeah, it's not a mullet, but we left more in the back than normal, and I'm iffy on it. My next haircut will not have the puff on the back of my head. I already did that one. Yeah, I have a long video like why I don't like AI art. Let me make sure nothing is on fire. Spotted a bunch of things. We'll probably just do one more today because I want to hang with the team. What? Oh, the Pirate Nation guy. Oh, he's the worst. Spoilers, I don't. I am very excited for Subnautica 2, so I am saving this to watch post stream. But yeah, the pirate guy, credit to his name, he just steals content constantly and also lies a lot. And I called him on a lie and he blocked me and then stole all my posts for a week. I fucking hate that account. That's one of the best examples of like paying people for having popularity on Twitter is probably a net negative. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this one as my last one of the day. Also, thank all the subs quick before we start that. Think I got you seeing crazy. D-Tithero, thank you for the Prime. Ali GFS, thank you for the Prime. Barrel of Lube, the legend, thank you for 8 months of support. Any funding on here? I did not. Cool. We are good to go. Let's do it. Let's get started. Are you really an AI engineer if you haven't put a ton of time into your AgentMD or ClaudeMD files, or both? Like, really? Come on, everyone's doing it. It has to be good, right? Well, what if I told you that a study just came out all about those ClaudeMD and AgentMD files, and the numbers weren't good. They were actually quite bad. Here we see comparisons across Sonnet 4.5, GPT-5.2, 5.1 Mini, and Qwen 3, and when given an MD file and when given an AgentMD or ClaudeMD file, they actually performed worse consistently. This is a thing we should probably be talking about, right? Like, I've been told so many times that I'm having prompt issues because I didn't write an AgentMD or ClaudeMD. They're so important. Every code base needs them. Everybody's publishing their own rule files and skills and all these things. It'd be pretty bad if it turned out those things were making the tools worse, right? Well, that's the thing we're going to have to dive into, because on one hand, a lot of people are using these files wrong, and on the other hand, it is likely that they shouldn't be used at all for many cases because they steer models incorrectly. This is going to be a fun deep dive on context management and best practices for using AI to code and build real software. And a lot of this is coming from my own experience, which is admittedly subjective, but is really cool to see it coming out in a study. It's been awesome to see studies like this recently popping up. Things like figuring out if these AgentMD files are actually useful, Skills Bench, figuring out how useful skills are is a thing that the models have access to when they are working, and even benchmarks that are trying to figure out why models are more likely to get a question right if you ask them the same thing twice. There's a lot of fun stuff to dive into here, and it's all about context management, and I do actually think this video can help you get better at using AI to code. That all said, I'm kind of doing the work that Anthropic and OpenAI should be doing for free. That all said, I'm about to do a lot of work for free that OpenAI and Anthropic probably should be doing. Neither are paying me for this, and the team needs to get paid. So we're going to do a quick break for today's sponsor. Okay. Let's dive into this study because I'm actually really excited. A widespread practice in software development is to tailor coding agents to repositories using context files, such as an agent's MD, by either manually or automatically generating them. Although this practice is strongly encouraged by agent developers, there is currently no rigorous investigation into whether such context files are actually effective for real-world tasks. In this work, we study the question and evaluate coding agents' task completion performance in two complementary settings: establish SWE bench tasks for popular repos with LLM-generated context files, and the other one is a novel collection of issues from repositories containing developer-committed context files. Interesting. Should probably give some context on what an AgentMD is and what they're talking about with the inits here. Let's start with the T3 chat one. This file provides guidance to Claude Code when working in the repo. We should probably remove that part because this is actually an AgentsMD that we symlinked the ClaudeMD to. You can tell a lot of this was generated and probably isn't useful. Always use PNPM to run scripts. We describe the common scripts: dev, lint dash fix, check, test watch, vtest, and PNPM generate. This is all pretty basic stuff from our package.json. But here you'll see a little bit of how I use things leaking. Spoiler for the future. Do not run PNPM dev, assume already running, PNPM build, CI only. Interesting. I wonder why that's there. We then have an architecture overview telling it where things are. We have the front end folder, the back end folder, the shared folder, app, and then the convex folder for all of our convex stuff. We also describe what services we're using for what things. And one of the mistakes we have in here that I need to change is putting TRPC here confuses the model a bunch, and it tries to use TRPC in places where it shouldn't. I guess I'm doing an audit as well as this in this video. We have key patterns for things that we do and how we recommend doing them. code style stuff, talking about how we use effect, stuff like that. Testing, import rules, or important rules. Follow the convex guidelines. Do not use the filter in convex queries. Use with index. Always include return validators on convex functions. Use internal queries. Also, I don't like return validators always being included. I was wondering why this code base did that. It's apparently specified in there. I guess that someone else in the team likes that. Teach their own. Some additional information. This is the part I wrote, which we'll talk more about in a bit. It's probably important to know what the fuck this file even does, though, because this is just like an overview of the repo, right? Peace, Shiv. So the way that these work is, to put it simply, context management. When you make a prompt to an AI system of some form, that prompt is not the only thing the model is getting. The way we think of this is the way most people think of AI is pretty simple. I have a question, or I guess I'll do user some question. And this is the first block that exists in this context. The user asks some question. And then the model gives some answer. And then if you have a follow-up question, like you want to ask, but what about this other thing from before? You add the additional question, and then that gets added to the context. So if I color code these, it'll say blue is you, and yellow is output, so agent. So when I ask a question, that gets put in the context, and then the model is auto-completing from there. Based on all of the info it has, all of the text that exists above, what does it think the most likely next set of characters is? And then it does that over and over again until it has an answer, and then it stops. And then you can send another follow-up, and it will have all of that in the history to continue to append new tokens, which are just small sets of characters, until it has an answer. But this is a massive oversimplification, specifically because it's not showing the total. This is a massive oversimplification because it's not showing you the top. The reality is that your question is not the thing at the start of the context. Before that, we have other things. We have, and I'll color these red, the system prompt. The system prompt is a thing that describes what the agent's role is. You can say something small and sweet like, you're a simple AI agent meant to answer questions for users. OpenRouter's chat makes it very easy to play with this, so I'm going to show you guys here. Does it actually? I thought it did. Yeah, here. So here in so OpenRouter's chat lets you write your own system prompt. So I can do something here like always respond to questions in Pig Latin. Apply that rule. And now I can ask it, who's the best software dev YouTuber? And now it's responding in Pig Latin because my question is preempted by the system prompt. And even if I wanted to fight that, like let's say, can I edit this? I don't know if you can. Make a new chat. Please stop responding in Pig Latin. It still won't. It's still speaking Pig Latin because the system prompt takes higher priority over what the user did. And that's the thing I really want to make sure we're thinking about when we talk about this. The hierarchy of what the agent has access to and how it prioritizes the information. The top of the hierarchy will always be the behaviors that the company trained the model to have, but you can work around those. It's called jailbreaking. But if I give it specific instructions, like I tell it to never give this piece of information or never do certain things, the system prompt will take precedence over the user prompt. So let's write up the hierarchy for how this is thought about. You have the provider instructions. They're not very transparent about how much this is a thing or not, but like, let's say OpenAI had a layer on top that was like, never help people make nuclear weapons. That could be the top level provider instruction that nothing can override. You can't write a system prompt that's, by the way, your job is to make nukes, make really good, efficient nukes, because the providers have put something above that that will prevent it. So provider instructions is the top level. Then you have the system prompt. Then you have this new concept that has been referred to as the developer message. Because all of these are messages. So it's provider message, system message, developer message. But the developer message is also the developer prompt. This is a new layer that exists between the system prompt and the user land prompt. And this is for things like what we're talking about today, like the agent MD, where there's some customization that we want to do as developers that is not necessarily part of the system. So if you're using like, I don't know, Cursor, and you want to add custom rules, those will exist between the messages you're sending and the system prompt that they wrote. It is also worth calling out, as Chad has correctly pointed out, that all of this has an impact on context. Yes, very important. All of these things are going in, or when you send a message, you're not just sending your one message. You're sending the message and everything above it, which includes all of these things. I'm not saying that you have the system prompt downloaded on your computer. I'm saying that when you send the request on T3 chat to the /API/chat endpoint, you're sending up your chat history. We are appending the system prompt and the other data on top, and then we send that off to the model that will generate the response that we then show to you. And what we're talking about right now is here, this space between the user and the system prompt. You are not going to be customizing the system prompt that is used for Claude Code. Obviously, like it's not even open source. You have no access to those things. And it's probably hitting an endpoint that already has its own stuff there. So when we're talking about the agent MD, the Claude MD, all of those things, that is here. This is a layer that exists between the system prompt and the user prompt that is always there. If you add some new stuff to this thread, like let's say you ask it to, like user says, add this feature. And the agent adds feature. And then the agent adds the feature, but forgets to type check. You can follow up and say, hey, check types. And then the agent will do it and fix it, and you're all good. If you keep using this thread and you were to then ask for another feature, since in this history, the information that it needs to check types exists, it exists in the context. It doesn't need to get this info. It doesn't need to find this info. It has the info from earlier in the history. It's less likely to make that mistake going forward. But then you end up with an ever-growing history full of things that might not matter. Like maybe this feature was this feature was 400 lines of code that are now in the context. That code might not be relevant for the next thing you ask. But it's all there. It's all being traversed on every single token. It's all costing money. And most importantly, it's distracting the model from the thing you actually want it to be doing. And that's a thing I really want us to think about when we talk about all of this. Help the model. Don't distract it. You know how much we all hate having endless meetings as developers? We don't need to know we don't need to know all of the intricate details of the 5 versions that the product and design went back and forth on before we have to go implement it. We're in the meeting anyways. Why the fuck do we think the AI likes it more than us? Why are we giving them all of this useless information? We want the AI to do a thing. It should only have to think about the thing. Part of this is how we design the systems that we're using. Part of this is how we write the prompts, how we handle the agent MD, how we handle all these things. But if you tell the agent about all of these things that exist in your code base, it's probably going to think about those, even if you don't want it to in this case. Like to go to our agent MD, mentioning that we use tRPC on the back end is now going to bias it towards using tRPC, even though we only use it for a handful of legacy functions. Almost everything is now on convex. Not only does it know we have tRPC, we actually put it in front of the convex part, so it is much more likely to reach for tRPC where it might not make sense. I am going to remove this and make a separate section that says legacy technologies that I put it in. But that's what we want to talk about this with. The best time to update your agent MD isn't when you start a project. It is certainly not when you Claude code in something for the first time and then type in /init, where it will initialize the Claude MD for you and it will choose what it thinks matters. If the model knows about it already and can find it quickly, it probably does not belong in your agent MD. Great example from chat here. Don't think about pink elephants. You're all now thinking about pink elephants. That's just how it works. Like, that's how brains work, and that's how LLMs work too. If you tell it not to do a thing, it now is thinking about that thing. Ideally, you just make it hard to do the thing. And you certainly don't want to tell it about things that don't matter, because it will be in context, and whatever you put in context is much more likely to happen. It's all an autocomplete machine. So to go back here, if we want to have the model know that it needs to check types, and we notice it wasn't doing a good job at that, there's a couple options we have. Option one, look through the things it did and figure out what it did and maybe attach type checking to one of those parts. If it ran some command that doesn't include type checking, maybe update that command to also include the type checking. If you try that and it doesn't work or it doesn't make sense, that's when you make changes. If you notice the agent consistently forgets to do the type checking, put that in the agent MD. Tell it, you should type check all of your changes. I'm actually really curious what this does for this project. This one is, okay, Weave's not going to be a good example. Let's use Lawn. Cool. I'm going to run an init on a real project here. This is Lawn. It's my alternative to Frame.io for doing video review stuff. Make sure I don't leak environment variables. Okay, cool. I did okay there. Apparently it initted one at some point with all of the design language. So I'm going to stop that, delete that, /new, /init. Okay, you know what? We'll come back to this. It's going to take a sec. Yeah. We'll go through all the things that should and shouldn't be in your agent MD in a bit, but I want to spend a little more time on the study because you just listening to me means a lot and all, but we should probably have numbers to back this. The work in this paper is to benchmark context files and their impact on resolving GitHub issues. They're investigating the effect of actively used context files on the resolution of real-world coding tasks. We evaluate agents both in popular and in less known repositories, and importantly, for context files provided by repository benchmarks, or by repository devs. Cool. They tested 3 conditions. One, where the developer wrote and provided an instruction file for that repo, because they're using this against real repos. One, where they removed it to see how the agent would do. And one, where they let the agent generate its own instruction file before continuing. And they check, did it succeed at the task or not? In the things they tested, they observed that the developer-provided files only marginally improve performance compared to omitting them entirely, an increase of 4% on average, while the LLM-generated context files had a small negative effect, a decrease of 3% on average. These observations are robust across different LLMs and prompts used to generate the context files. In a more detailed analysis, we observe that context files lead to increased exploration, testing, and reasoning by coding agents, and as a result, increased costs by over 20%. We therefore suggest omitting LLM-generated context files for the time being, contrary to agent developers' recommendations, and including only minimal requirements, like specific tooling to use with the repository. I fully agree. To prove this out, I ran an init on a real project that I've been working on. It's called Lawn. It's an alternative to Frame.io. It's going to be open source soon, just a way to do video review for my team. And I had it init a ClaudeMD. Let's see how it did. File provides guidance to Claude Code, Claude.ai, when working with code in this repo. That's the intro it uses on all of these. It used it on other ones as well. Lawn's a video review platform for creative teams. Users upload video, leave timestamp comments, and manage review workflows within the team and project hierarchies. It shows all of these commands it can run. It shows the architecture, front end, TANSEC start, SPA mode, React 19 and Vite, back end, convex, functions live in the /convex, auth, video pipelines, storage, all the usual stuff here. Has a pile of key patterns for aliasing, route data, auth guards, convex actions, yada yada, and a very vague description of the data model and video workflow states. I don't think there's anything in here that will actually help at all. Straight up. To be more bold with how I think about this, if the info's in the code base, it probably doesn't need to be in the agentMD file, generally speaking. These models have all been RL'd to hell and back on doing bash calls and using the tools that are provided to them in really long threads. These models are good at finding information in a code base. If I pasted a screenshot with some broken UI and say fix it without even having an agentMD, it will look for strings in it that are likely to be specific to that UI. It will RG until it finds it in the code base. It will check to make sure nothing else is using the thing. It will make the change. It will tell you it's done, and then you're good. Turns out these models are really good at doing things like figuring out what files and folders matter for their task. They're really good at figuring out what commands they can run because they check your package JSON. They're good at figuring out what dependencies you have when they check the package JSON, as well as the files that are doing things in them. Funny enough, this also causes them to struggle a bit when they don't have those things. Like when I was initting a new project and I hadn't even set up the package JSON yet, and I told it to use environment variables, it tried importing things that it didn't have because the project hadn't been initted yet. There are assumptions these tools make, but the assumptions that they're making are based on real-world code bases, which you're probably working in one of. Thereby, they're good at this. So what do you put in? As I mentioned before, when there are behaviors the models and agents are exhibiting that are not ideal, that's when you spin up the agentMD file and start steering it in the direction you want. If it's consistently not type checking the data, or if it's consistently not running type checks and you want it to, maybe that fits in there. If there's a specific pattern that it's using with one of your dependencies that is wrong and it keeps trying to do it over and over again, tell it to not. Generally speaking, it's rare I find the agentMD or ClaudeMD files to be the thing that you need to reach for. You have to start building an intuition for what the models are doing and how long they should take. If you ask an agent to complete a task and it is faster than you expected, you're probably setting things up well, and that's a good thing to hear. If you're asking the agent to do something that is simple and it takes a long time, that means some changes need to be made. Generally speaking, the hierarchy of where I look to go change things does not start in the agentmd file. It starts in the code base itself. If the models are struggling to find something, that's probably because it's in a bad place. You should move it. If the agents are struggling to use a tool properly, it might not be the right tool for the job, or it might be shaped in a way that is confusing for the model. Fix it. If the agent is changing files in one place that are causing other things to break, you should probably move off of Opus and give Codex a shot. But seriously, though, it probably needs better feedback systems to identify when that failure occurred so that it knows that the change here broke the thing over there. And making sure the agents have the tools they need to unblock themselves is essential. Generally speaking, I think it would be a much better use of your time to make better unit tests, integration tests, type checks, and those types of things that you can expose to the model than it would be to update your agentmd or claudemd file the majority of the time. If you can make it easier for the model to do the right thing, make it harder for it to do the wrong thing, and have your whole code base architected to steer it in the right direction, that's going to be a much, much bigger win. The agentmd is almost like a band-aid solution, like you're patching over this problem with it. Despite the fact, if you have tried and failed to structure the code base in a way that the agent can manage, you should probably pull up the agentmd as an interim solution until you find better tech that the agents are better with. And as I was hinting at before, the biggest thing is just read the outputs. Like here, I did the init command. It searched for 6 patterns and it read 21 files. Let's see what the files it read were. Apparently, there was a ton of additional messages from earlier that I have to hit a different hotkey to show. It read the package JSON. It read the readme.md. It searched around the code base for star. Interesting. It's a choice. I had 100 files. I'm guessing that that's just to list all the files. It's hack for figuring out the structure of the whole code base. Then it searched for files that match the pattern of app/ts or tsx to find all of the files there. Did the same for convex. Did the same for general source. Found the convex schema. It found the app routes. Found the vite config, ts config. It just read all of these things. And then it, after reading all of that, concluded it has a good understanding of the code base, and it wrote this. But remember, what it wrote is based on things that it already was able to find. In fact, it found all of that and wrote all of this in just over a minute. That means that almost none of this info is useful. Chat is making good points. Chad is making some important points here, which is a misconception I had. But every time it needs to read all of that, it starts from no memory. Yeah? Kind of. When given the task of change everything, or when given the task of summarize the entire repo, it's going to touch everything. But here, I'll give you guys an experiment quick. We are going to delete that file entirely. The claudemd is now gone. We are going to run Claude Code here and ask it and we'll ask it a question about the project. What optimizations can we make for the video pipeline in this app? And it knows nothing about this app. There is nothing being fed into its context ahead of time. All it knows is it is Claude Code, it is in a project that has files in it, and I'm asking it this question. Let's see how it performs. They really add the cheesy birthday hat that stopped animating that quickly. Hilarious. And now it's exploring. We can press Control O to see what it's doing. It looks like it's exploring pretty damn fast. Explore the video pipeline in this code base thoroughly. I need to understand how videos are uploaded, processed, and stored, the schema for videos in the database, video actions and processing, all that. And it spun up a sub-agent to go explore and find this information. Note that this information is different from the information it would have gotten from the agent MD. We will see how long this takes, and then we will rerun this with that file restored. So that took 1 minute and 11 seconds and got some decent answers. So let's try that again, but with the file that it generated. Asking the exact same question, and we'll see how it differs. Oh, huh. Even though I have this ClaudMD file, it appears to be doing pretty much the same thing, except it specifies the names of files a little bit earlier. Interesting. So again, for comparison, here it said explore the code base for this, how videos are uploaded, yada, yada. It does know about the schema file, the video actions in video. Don't know how it knew about that. Probably found it in an earlier step that's being hidden. But once you have the agent MD, it is much quicker to identify the names of files. Benefits and negatives there. We'll talk about both momentarily. Looks like the timer froze. Claude code quality is great. Yeah, this timer freezes whenever you go to this view and back. Ah. That's hilarious. When I switch and go back, it updates, but it's not updating live. They made some optimization for performance, and it's breaking things. Cool. Check that out. It took more time. The AgentMD run took 1 minute and 29 seconds, and the version without it only took 1 minute and 11. And that is with a brand new, freshly minted from the init command ClaudMD file. Now, just theoretically speaking, imagine if those, and now just hypothetically speaking, let's pretend that this code base for whatever reason changed. Maybe, just maybe, these video action files aren't the only place that matters anymore. And maybe, just maybe, somebody forgot to update that MD file. Now, not only is it not helping, it's probably actively hurting, because just like all other docs, AgentMD files will go out of date. So what would you prefer? Letting the agent do it itself, or steering it at a 25% penalty at time with the likelihood of that going out of date? Yeah, not good. It's quite simple to just do one try. You could ask the LM the same thing 10 times and I get different times without changing anything. Yeah. If only somebody had published a study that showed the exact same results consistently. You know, the increase of cost by over 20%, it's almost like cost, context, and time spent have a lot of overlap. And the 20% number I saw in my one-off test happens to, for whatever reason, line up really well with the 20% that the study had. Crazy. Definitely a one-off thing I just experienced and not the consistent reality that I just managed to demonstrate in one shot. Definitely not that. Here's another great example from chat from Lincoln. I had issues with project structures being outdated in the agentmd file. The models were consistently placing files in the wrong location. Yep, I've had so many problems that turned out to be something in the ClaudeMD or agentmd that should have been changed forever ago. Happens all the time. Oops. And remember, I'm not trying to highlight shit. And remember, all of these tests were with freshly generated context files that the agents made right before doing the task. So there was no way it could be updated, so there was no way it could be out of date. Outdated context files are going to cause you way more problems. So how do I use these? What is my philosophy? Well, the core of it is I use these files to steer the model away from things that it's consistently doing wrong. I am surprised at how rare that is nowadays. I find that with every new model release, I can delete more and more from the... I find that with every new model release, I can delete more and more of the agentmd. I'll sometimes, when trying a new model, just delete it entirely and see what changes and then bring back the parts that matter. But my little hack that I would recommend, and I brought this up in other videos about my little hack I recommended, I brought this up in other agentic coding videos. I'll just show you it. I'm going to delete all of this because it's garbage. This file is used to... This file is used to help the model The role of this file is to describe common mistakes and confusion points that agents might encounter as they work in this project. If you ever encounter something in the project that surprises you, please alert the developer working with you and indicate that this is the case in the agentmd file to help prevent future agents from having the same issue. There we go. This is a pattern I use a lot, and I want to be very clear. Oh, was there a sound on the computer? That was my fault. You should be able to fix it in post or whatever. I'll just reread this just in case. The role of this file is to describe common mistakes and confusion points that agents might encounter as they work in this project. If you ever encounter something in the project that surprises you, please alert the developer working with you and indicate that this is the case in the agentmd file to help prevent future agents from having the same issue. Wow, the rain's fucking crazy right now, yeah. To be very clear about this, the instruction I'm giving here is not what I actually want it to do. I don't want the agents constantly changing the ClaudeMD or agentmd files. What I do want them to do is try to change the thing when it gets stuck. Because most of the time the agent gets stuck on something or thinks something surprising or confusing. It's not something I want it to know about. It's something that I want to go fix. So I try to sneak this into all of the agentmds for all of the projects I'm actively working on, especially in the earlier stages, to figure out what the agent does and doesn't understand. And then when I learn about those things that it's struggling with and I see the mistakes that it's making and the things it thinks are confusing, I will adjust the code base accordingly. But the instruction here the instruction I'm giving the model here to change the file is not actually the thing I want it to do. I want it to try and change the file so I can take that information and then go fix something else with it. If I see what it's struggling with or what it thinks it's struggling with, I can then go make better decisions about how I architect the code base. I merge less than a fifth of the changes it proposes, but the other 4 out of 5 I use to make the code base better. Generally speaking, I feel like developers don't understand how powerful it is to lie or intentionally mislead the agents in ways that set both you and the agent up for more success. Another one I will commonly do is I'll tell the agent, operate as though the server. Another example of this that I do a lot is I'll tell the agent, hey, this app has no users. There's no real data yet. Make whatever changes you want and don't worry about it. We'll figure it out when we ship. Even if the project's already live, because I don't want it spending a ton of time on weird backfill data patterns and shit unless I actually want it to do that. So I'll often put in the agent or CloudMD, this project is super greenfield. Don't assume the data is going to be, or don't assume the data matters. It's okay if you change the schema entirely. We're trying to get it in the right shape. Those are the types of things I put in the CloudMD or AgentMD files. I'm effectively lying to the project, or I'm effectively lying to the agents to steer them the way I want, but it works really well. Another example of this that I run into a lot is if I'm trying to build something that takes multiple steps and I'm asking it to do step 2 over and over and it keeps failing. Instead, I'll ask it for step 3 because then it will try step 2 to get there. It won't work and it will be able to often fix itself. If you're struggling to get the agent to do step 2 of a 3-step process, tell it to do step 3 and it will unblock itself for step 2 pretty consistently. Like these types of things, these are the clever engineering hacks that I am genuinely enjoying discovering and playing around with. And it's one of those time in the saddle things. You start to build an intuition for how they behave and what context matters. But if you're filling the context with all of these giant CloudMD files with piles of skills you downloaded from the internet, a bunch of MCP servers you're not using, and a bunch of cursor rules somebody told you about on GitHub, you'll never be able to diagnose why the model's doing things wrong. If all you have is your code base, your prompt, and a minimal AgentMD file, you've meaningfully reduced the places where the agent can be misled. Everything it does exists, or everything the agents do exists because of one of the sources it has. And if you can reduce those sources, you can make it much more likely that it behaves. Speaking of which, I'm going to have to do a long rant about skills in the very near future. Let me know if that's exciting to you, and let me know if this video is helpful at all. I know all of this stuff is very different and new and kind of crazy, but it is genuinely really fun. I've been enjoying it a ton, and I hope that these rants and lessons are helpful to those who are trying to figure it out as they go. In the end, you need to just experiment a bunch. This is so different from how coding used to look, and you'll find certain skills end up more important than ever, and others are just new things you're going to have to build as you go. I've been enjoying it a ton. I hope that comes across in the content I've been making, and I hope that maybe, just maybe, this can help you out too. Let me know how you feel, and until next time, peace, nerds. Agreed. Most of Matt's stuff about this has been really, really good. Cool. That's 3 vids. It's 7:30. I have things to do. Let's figure out who we're rating. Let me thank subs first. Thank you, Frostjack. Always good to see you, man. 25 months in. Fucking legend. Appreciate all you. Thank you, Amay, for the cheers. Or Amar, sorry. Okay. Midnight Simon's doing leak code practice. That sounds fun. I'll throw you guys at him. We'll make his day. For Bunderly, same thing 2 weeks later. Lol, I'm not sure what project that was, but I'll definitely check my DMs later to see that. Have fun with Midnight Simon, guys. Appreciate each and every one of y'all for hanging out for this one. Quality content, quality time. Hopefully nobody drops anything big this week, but if they do, I'll be live for that, or maybe we'll have to film offline. And not too long after, we'll be live this weekend. Should almost certainly will be live Sunday. I will catch up with my mom, I promise. See you guys soon. Bye, nerds. And goodbye to YouTube as well.